And we're going to put a marker right here for our awesome archive team, letting them know we're getting into the game. We're going to tab over to this screen. And we have a couple of things to talk about today as we get started. Where's my ambient music? Why is it set to battle music? Get rid of the unsupported tracks. Just one thing after another. Give me one quick second here, guys. Here we go. Before we jump into the game tonight, first of all, happy holidays, champions. It is cold and wet to various degrees, and it is December 1st when we are recording this. So happy holidays, champions. Also, it should be noted that Valerian will be late. Gamzee will not be joining us this evening because he has to work late, and I'm a little out of it because I hit my head this morning. I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken up and dealing with the anxiety that comes from hitting your head when you have an anxiety disorder. I'm okay. It doesn't even hurt anymore. I'm just, if I'm slurring my words or I'm a little bit scatterbrained, it's because I'm dealing with anxiety, both from the holidays, which is stressing me out, and the aforementioned adrenaline bath. Also, not only happy holidays, champions, but it's been brought to my attention that this might as well be the 2-year anniversary of FOM.
Woo! We did it!
Huzzah!
I would clap, but I have push to talk.
I could clap, but I don't know if that would come over my mic, so I'm not going to risk it.
It probably would. Welcome to the 2-year anniversary of FOM, and by that I mean we're going to continue right where we left off, which is in the middle of a dungeon. You guys are deep below the surface of the earth. Sort of. You might be on a different plane. You might be in a demi-plane. You might be somewhere else entirely. But you are within the particle shield erected by Arl the Frost Maiden at the Goliath rallying point known as Eagle's Eyrie, wherein you found a strange stone door that led to an airlock and a decontamination chamber into a firstborn facility, which was slowly filling up with lava and endangering the aforementioned Eyrie. As you proceeded to push the lava back down with the help of Firstborn technology and reveal more and more of the facility, as you yourselves went down, you found a city of the Forgotten, and you found a giant sword with a burning portal inside of it that you decided to pass through and came to yet another strange place that seems to be its own demi-plane or otherwise a facsimile of something, you know, Flamekeeper, aka Lord of Flame, aka one of the 4 elemental lords, related or copied. You're in a cavern full of prisons that you overheard the fire giants want and or are using, and it's meant to mimic the Flamekeeper's summoning or something like that. You're not clear on the details as of right now. All you know is that you must kill, and so you have been killing the prisoners within this strange cavern at the bottom of the world. We left off in combat a couple weeks ago, and my notes are mistaken. You were over here, I'll bring you guys over, fighting a giant column of flame that was throwing out fire spells more or less constantly. But my notes say you killed it, but the players say you didn't. So you guys don't pay for my mistakes, so I don't know if this token is reflected accurately. So I don't remember where we were in the combat, so with your permission, I'm going to say that the thunderous blows that resounded when it altered its stage to stage 3, you beat it. I know it's low either way, so Are you guys cool to just take the W and move on?
Yeah.
Because I don't remember
sure.
where we were, bluntly. Go ahead, Vader.
I said sure, that's fine.
Okay. So those of you with debuffs have those removed. The giant column of flame is dispersed. You're in a rapidly darkening cavern with a giant red, cracked, but worked gemstone where the column of fire had been. Where the shit is oh, there's Kilio. What would you guys like to do?
Just first gonna get off Kilio.
Yeah, oh, that's right, you jumped on Kilio. I had forgotten.
Do you want me to recap what happened with that situation, or
yeah, if
are
you wouldn't
good?
mind.
Sure thing. So, last time, Kilio went directly into the Raging Flame Fuckstorm at the center of the room. And, once the Raging Flame Fuckstorm kind of condensed itself a little bit, Lash pulled Kilio out.
Okay.
This drew I don't know if it was the ire of the thing, but it caught the attention, and Kilio was already down, so Lash decided for the second time in this campaign to throw herself on a live grenade.
Right.
And Lash inhaled fire from it. I cannot take off the shackles unless I want Lash to immediately take severe damage.
Yes,
she inhaled fire.
You are severely burned. That's why I have it in my notes that it died, because Kilio hit the crystal and cracked it, and it was like a turn or two before it just gave out. That's what happened. So yeah, you guys won. I'm not actually skipping anything. That was supposed to happen. That's why my notes say you won.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
we were under different impressions. Anyways.
Yeah,
continue.
no worries. I realized during our time away from holidays and other obligations that we weren't. I hadn't given you an accurate depiction of what happened. But yeah, you guys have a moment to breathe as the temperature begins to cool and the light fades from the room. Lash gets off a very coughing Kilio. But yeah, you guys have some time. The floor is yours. Oop. I did not mean to click that. Roll 20.
Good job. Lash is just gonna sit there for a moment, trying to get her stuff about her. Yes, she received magical healing. There was a moment in time where there was no magical healing, and that was inhalation of actual flame.
Yes.
Right. Is everybody standing?
Yes.
Indeed.
And Kilio sits up and says, I'm okay, but my head hurts, and Lash doesn't look great. Dawn turns around. He's got a big open wound in his chest that's matting into his white fur.
Right, because
I
Dawn...
will live.
Oh, butter dear.
Figurative, you only have 6 mana? Is that accurate?
Let me check.
I believe it is, because you're only a level 3 artificer, right?
Right.
Okay.
Still, I think it'd be more, wouldn't it? Hang on.
That's enough for 3 casts of level 1 spells, so...
Yeah.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
That might be right, then.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. The runes on the floor fade and seem to draw into the crystal in the middle of the room. There's no hole here, by the way. I mentioned this before. This hole does not exist. It's a solid cavern.
Go walk a little closer to the crystal.
Okay.
Yeah, good. I want to check out that little crystalline boy.
It is warm.
Hot to the touch, painful warm, or just you pick it up and it's like picking up a brick of a computer?
Like a like the brick section of a power cord that's been on for a while.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. How big is it? Like, is this an accurate scale?
Yeah. Wind would have to pick it up with 2 hands. And, like, heft it.
Low appreciative kind of whistle, but then it immediately kind of fades out to coughing.
Could you mark off the mana for Lesser Restoration from Dawn, please?
Oh, yeah.
I believe it is a 2nd level spell, Bertmila, is that right?
Lesser resto.
Lesser, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 points.
Yeah,
It's just gonna just deal with the wound in the chest, that's all.
Alright. Minus 1, 2, 3.
Would this crystal be able to fit into my bag?
No.
Okay.
It would risk tearing the bag.
Gotcha.
Aunt Keelio walks over to Lash and is like, thanks, but you should let Dawn look at you. You don't look okay.
Lash will just nod and I'll handle that in a moment.
You should handle it now.
It could get worse.
Kind of side eye roll, but fine.
Right, could you make a medicine check for Dawn, please?
Yep. Give me 1 second to properly swap over to his stuff, because I do have his name available to me, so it isn't.
In the meantime, Wind, in wondering if it'll fit in your bag, it's heavy as hell. It's heavier than it ought to be. It's like it's made of depleted uranium. Like, it's real heavy. Okay. Dawn, aka Sibs, in this case, waiting for Kenzie to be here. You check over Lash and you see she's not in a good spot. She's severely burned inside and out. You can magically treat her, but it would take a really long time. She needs, like, a place to recuperate. She basically needs a bacta tank. And I think upon getting that information, I think Dawn looks at Irithyr and says, I will need a place to work. Lash is not fit to battle.
Very well.
Lash just kind of quirks an eyebrow at him. Like, yeah, she feels like hell, but fucking, what else is new?
And Keelia mutters, it could have been me.
If it had been you, you would have died.
Just because you don't die doesn't mean you have to sacrifice yourself.
Not a sacrifice if I can tank through it.
We're supposed to walk together.
Shrug, kind of nod of gesture.
Do you think you could have walked after that?
No, but that doesn't mean that Lash takes some risks that, well, she may not need to. I'm grateful, but you don't have to do everything yourself. Honestly, I should take my own advice.
I was going to say.
Anybody want the floor?
I mean, Lash is going to take a look at this thing. Even if Dawn is insisting, like, Lash needs medical treatment, she wants to take a look at this thing. The runes went into it, right?
No. Like in the first room where the runes made the portal, the runes spidered out around the room, and then they kind of came together in the center of the room, and that's where the portal that Subject 24 came out of was.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, they come to a spider web center point, and the crystal is like resting in that center point on the ground, but all the runes turned off. They just cascaded, turning off towards the center.
Ah, gotcha.
Okay.
Could I try and figure out if there's anything special about this crystal other than it being large and heavy as fuck?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly make the attempt. Do you have your tools with you?
I have... that depends what kind of appraiser's tools you mean?
Appraiser's tools or enchanter's tools, yeah.
I do have both of them.
Alright, make one of those with your wisdom.
We'll go enchanter's tools.
Alright.
With wisdom. We're gonna make sure I'm rolling as wind before I do this.
Yes. Thank you. Not a bad roll. So what is this thing? It's, in a way, it's the same thing that Mjolnir is made out of. Sort of. It is the compressed essence of heat. So it's basically a crystal forged of the heart of a fire elemental, but also, like, what the heart of a fire elemental represents. It's not technically matter. I know that's completely not a thing that can be said, but, like, it is... You know how, like, fire is not a thing, it's a state, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is that. This is, like, fire is not a thing. If it was, this is the solidified version of it.
Ooh.
So if we were to... I know how this is going to sound. If we were to melt it down, would we get essence of fire?
No, because it's not... That's not the same thing. It's... If you were to take this from a solid state to a liquid or gaseous state or whatever, you would get... It's really hard for me to explain. It's, let me think. It's not essence of fire. Essence of fire is a magical distillate. It's basically a salt. This is... Okay. I think I can get this. You know, I said salt and it ticked some things in my brain. You know how salt is essentially a rock made of a soft reactive metal and a gas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? This is the metal. Like sodium chloride, table salt. This would be the essence of fire equivalent of sodium. That make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
See, because now I'm thinking we have previously done with my fire totem. We can extract essences.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of...
Your fire totem is too small.
You know, that's fair.
You put stuff in the fire totem to do that before.
Yeah.
This is too... It's too... Like if you pull your fire totem out, the fire totem is, like, less than half its size. It's like a soul stone, but also not, because fire elementals don't have souls. I'm responding to a thing backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to tell what would happen if we broke the thing?
I was just about to ask that, because we know it can be shattered. Cracked.
What would happen if you broke the thing? You'd let the fire out. What form that takes is a different matter. It's a little bit up for debate.
It could either become another elemental, or it could just kind of whoosh.
Yeah.
Or spill lava all over her feet.
I do not want to repeat that.
Or, turn into a sun.
Ugh.
Yeah. This is just me talk. I think we're okay without the crystal.
I can't think of anything. Vader, Arethyr, do y'all have any ideas on what we could do with it?
Hey Vader, did you do the thing? By
yes.
the way? Okay.
Take it with us, shoot it out of a bayonet straight at Oro.
That is an idea, but we'll need a very specific kind of barrel to shoot it out of.
Hey, Earl! Crispy!
Like, you have no idea what the reaction will be. Just yeeting it at a target, like, you need a way to control. Like, if you want to do that, you need a way to control what it's going to do. For all you know, it could give all the power of fire if you did that.
I'm mostly kidding.
I don't think Birchmila was.
I mean, I wasn't saying we should do it just as is. We need to do more research first, but a resource is a resource.
True.
Yeah.
My question is, how are you going to get it out of here?
Exactly.
Very carefully.
While an accurate answer, not a helpful one.
The bag of whatever. I don't remember what Wind has. The bag of.
It's too big for my bag. I asked this earlier.
I know. That's what I was about to say. And I don't think Dawn's stasis bag is a good idea.
Dawn's stasis bag is smaller than Wind's bag.
Yeah.
Fair. I did not know this.
Like,
if we wanted to take the thing,
considerably smaller.
yeah. If we wanted to take this thing with us, it's either Dawn carrying it, Wind carrying it, or both of us carrying it.
All jokes aside, I really don't see a point in us having it right now.
If nothing else, we could stow it somewhere and come back for it later if we need it.
You're going to come all the way back down here.
Not here, this chamber specifically, but, like, put it somewhere safe.
Where?
Question.
There's
If you
still
wanna
there's still a matter of moving it, Halfling. Like, where would be safe? Like, if your answer is Eagle's Airy, then my question is, how are you going to get it back up there?
That's what I'm trying to think through.
I have a question.
Yep.
If you make a Golder's Tower, let's say make Golder's Tower, leave your backpack in there, the wizard closes the tower. What happens to the backpack?
It appears on the ground at where the tower was when the tower dissolves.
Okay, I was curious about that.
If only we had a druid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Turtle Bank, TM.
But you don't.
So, moot point.
I mean,
Go ahead, Cookie.
this crystal is large, it's cumbersome, and we don't even know what it's gonna do if we do anything with it.
Correct.
I'm content just leaving it here.
Yeah, same honestly.
I'm fine with leaving it.
You're there?
Yeah, honestly, if there's no good way to move it, probably best to just leave it here.
I mean, Gamzee did suggest enlarge reduce, or that
Thing is, that only lasts an hour, requires concentration.
Yeah.
If we do want to move it somewhere, I feel like we should double back for it at the very end once we've figured out what to do about the fire giants.
What if this place collapses once you kill the last prisoner?
Ah, fuck.
Like,
I mean,
That's something that could happen. If this place exists only to hold those prisoners, what happens when you kill the last one?
fair.
I generally don't like the concept of a load-bearing boss, but, like, that's something that should be brought up.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Well, I feel like trying to move it out of here with the fire giants running around isn't a great idea either.
Yeah.
If we take it back to the sword portal, all it takes is one look inside. Ooh, giant crystal. Yoink.
My question is, why are we talking about moving it right now? Like, Lash needs medical attention. You guys just spent a lot of resources. If you're going to make a Galder's Tower, I'm saying if you're going to make a Galder's Tower to help Dawn care for Lash, why not just give Wind the means to, like, mess with the crystal?
Valid.
But why am I the one bringing this forward?
Because I
For me
haven't got
personally-
that there yet.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I was going to bring up the point of when we make the Galder's Tower, we can get either research material or what's a place you work on gems with it?
Lapidary?
Yeah, that thing. And figure out things.
Were you thinking we set up tower, get Lash medical help, get some research and reading done on this thing, and whatever anyone else needs handled?
Yeah, I think
All
that's
right.
good.
How many floors do we have to work with? Just the 2, or are you upcasting it? Or does it come with
I'm
3?
gonna upcast it as high as I can. Let me check here. I can upcast it up to 5th level. So let's see here. Galder's Tower.
Galder's Tower is a great spell.
It really is.
I hate it,
level,
but I love it. Go ahead.
At 3rd level, it's 2 stories, and with an extra story for each upcast, so it would be a 4-story.
So you
tower.
can get 4 rooms out of it.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
You want to cast that in here?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's a defendable point in here.
Where in this room do you want to cast it?
There's a part of me that's saying the center, and part of me that's saying towards the edge of the cavern.
Question.
Yeah.
So, when it came to our entrance, we came in through down here, correct?
Sure. I didn't.
Are these? Sorry.
No, the secondary walkways are not there.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
No, there's one entrance and exit to this room. It's
We
just a
could-
rounded, like, magma dome carved cavern, same as the first one.
Okay. I was going to suggest we could block off the entrance with Galder's Tower here.
You could.
That is true.
No one
The
can get in.
Galder's
no
Tower
one-
is not indestructible.
No, but if somebody's coming, we would know.
Yeah, somebody's coming, you would know, but also, if that somebody is 6 fire giants and they need to get through the tower to get into this room, and you guys are in the tower, you're in a bad spot.
Also,
Yeah, I would say put it on the
if-
opposite side of the entrance, if anything.
Also, if they don't have a way in, we don't have a way out.
Yep,
Fair.
that's another point.
Right.
All right, set it up somewhere over here then.
As opposed to, like,
Middle.
as opposed to the center, which was Vader's other option. Like, I'm not hearing any argument in that direction.
The center is where the Everjail is. Might not be a great idea.
There's no Everjail.
Yeah, the last
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Was never built. This one is just a spider web to presumably ignite this crystal.
Yeah, the runes are inert. Like, there was no portal in this one.
Fair enough.
So, use the centerpiece as the base, and then up it goes.
Do we have a consensus from others? Is that what we want to do?
Sure.
Makes sense.
It does give us a wide range of people come in.
Uh-huh. Alright.
So you want to cast the Galdrish Tower in the center?
Yes.
Cool. You just cast a 6th level spell. 7th level spell, excuse me.
5th.
Nope.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh,
You
Okay.
you cast a 5th level spell. The crystal, like around the crystal ignites. There's this bright red glow that fills the cavern. The tower has 2 extra floors and is built like Orthanc.
I don't know what Orthanc is, but that's very cool.
Orthanc is Saruman's tower. So black iron, very specific looking. Like, it's not what his Galdrish Tower usually looks like. The crystal is at the top, held in place by tines.
so fuck, wrong character.
What?
Lash just looks at Earthair. What?
That was not within my calculations.
So you have a 6th floor tower. What's in here?
I suppose infirmary at the bottom.
Yep.
If the crystal's at the top, probably the lapidary will be towards the top.
Okay. You got
Right.
4 more rooms to work with.
Uh-huh.
Could I ask for a workshop for Firga?
Yeah.
What? No. What kind of workshop?
I'm waffling between working on Lash's armor some more and working on the squirt gun I was talking about last time.
The flood system?
Yeah.
So you would need a smithy for one and a tinker's workshop
Probably.
for the other.
Correct.
So again, what kind of workshop do you want?
I'm trying to decide. Wait, I need to get more scrap before I can work on the thing anyway, so I'll go with the smithy.
Can the tower not furnish you?
Hey. You're right, I'm a dingus. Yeah, let's go with the Tinker's Workshop.
Okay. 3 more floors.
We're gonna need places
I'll-
to sleep, won't we?
We could potentially sleep outside as long as we keep Endure Elements up for the night.
True.
Fair.
Yeah.
I want to say study, but I'm not sure what I want to study is the thing.
There's plenty of things to study, friend.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do a study?
Yeah, but I don't know what books I want to place in it.
That's fine. Roll 7d4.
Sure, okay.
You got 18 topics to work with.
Holy.
Whoa!
Okay.
Val is reminding.
And
us about
Keelio
the
can
Black
do
Knight.
that when you get here. That's my ruling on that.
Fair.
I have a quick question while Vader's thinking of topics.
Yep.
A kitchen made in a Galder's tower.
The prepared food can be brought out of the tower. The ingredients cannot.
Beautiful, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, conjured demi-plane sanctuaries, you have to modify what is in the tower to take it out of the tower.
Gotcha.
I bring this up because
Let me walk it back. Significantly modify.
Like, you can't make a sandwich. Like,
No, you can
can't
make a sandwich. But if you want to take out a loaf of bread, you have to bake the loaf of bread. You can't take a loaf of bread conjured out.
Fair.
You can eat it, and it'll work, but you can't put it in your backpack. I mean, you can, but it'll fade. But if you bake a loaf of bread, you can take that with you.
So what I'm hearing is we need to make garlic bread.
I haven't
Garlic
had
bread
dinner
and
yet.
olives.
Stop.
I bring up the point of the kitchen because when's the last time we've had like a meal that isn't our rations?
A
That's a
while.
good point.
Yeah, it's been a hot moment.
We can make a yeah, we can make a kitchen. One of the floors.
All right, that's still a floor left.
Kitchen,
Anyone else
Don't-
want a floor? I'm
gym lab, shop.
otherwise I might
I mean, Figure also wants a smithy,
True.
but she's not saying anything, so...
I wanted to give other people time to chime in since I already got one.
Be forced into medical rest, so I don't have anything. I also don't have anything outright.
I never said you were forced into
Gamzee
medical
said-
rest.
Gamzee says Dawn got a surgical room,
The
right?
first thing
Yeah,
Vader said was
That was the
infirmary.
first thing we did.
Okay.
I'm getting a lot of backstage stuff from the dog pound. Like, I get it, you guys have opinions on stuff, but you're also not here. So, like... It's getting excessive.
What were you thinking of putting in here, V?
Yeah.
I was So I don't know exactly how to put this besides
I mean, we'll get you there.
an arcane examination room.
For what?
The archive.
Yeah, like if you want a thalmic orrery in your tower, you can. It won't be as good as what we saw recently in Tales, but like yeah, you could make such a thing in your tower. I wonder about your objective because you already have a study.
Fair.
You may need the thalmic orrery. I don't know what you're trying to do.
The orrery could have tools that would help you examine magic more closely rather than just books.
Arguably, so
Yeah.
could the Tinker's Workshop. So could the lapidary. Like, I'd like to know what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to delve more into the mysteries of the archive.
So
I've basically projected my mental self into it once before. I'm looking to do that further.
okay, you could definitely do that with a thalmic orrery, or well, something akin to it, with a thalmic orrery. I would say it might be wiser to use the study and do that later when you're a little bit better armed.
True.
That may be something you want to do over multiple camps as opposed to... By the way, you guys are not going to be able to long rest from this. It's not been long enough.
We can short rest though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But you like it might be something you want to do over various camps as opposed to trying to do it all at once, just for the sake of lab safety, for want of a better word.
Fair enough.
But if you want to make a thaumaturgy, you're more than welcome to do so. Either way, I need to know what the last room is.
I'm thinking. I'm still taking suggestions. I'm drawing a blank as to what to make it.
I don't have
So,
anything either,
If
I'm
nothing
afraid.
else, Firgo needs a forge.
I say
Yeah,
your
I can
idea
make
of the
a-
Hello.
thaumaturgy, the idea of making a forge.
Yeah,
The
I can make
orrery.
I can make a forge / smithy, whatever she needs.
Thank you.
Okay. So the tower comes up in place. Dawn and Keelio immediately take Lash to the infirmary. And basically, we need to, like, clean you up hardcore, Lash. So, in here, there is a tank full of healing liquid that will remove some of your stuff. Now, you don't have to get into it right away, but it will take 15 hours to get completely healed.
Oof.
I mean, like, unless someone else has any need of Lash, she'll just do as Doctor says.
The spell does last 24 hours, so
Yeah.
She is not taking off Kang's shackles, though.
Right. You may have to take off everything else though, and just like get in the tank like Wolverine and just chill there for a bit. Now, I will say, you'll be given like apparatus to breathe while submerged in the water, though some of it does need to get into your lungs. And
I figured.
And B, I will give you the means to communicate while you're in there. If there's conversations you want to have, or if there's stuff you want someone else to do, you're welcome to do that. But yeah, you really should focus on healing.
I honestly just think Lash is just going to keep the shackles on, get undressed, leave her stuff as is, and probably not say much, just kind of relax, kind of meditate a little bit,
Okay.
try to focus on healing.
Interesting. I will circle back to that. Meanwhile, Irithyr, Wind, and Firga, what would you like to do?
I would like to go up to the lapidary.
I need you to boost your mic just a little, Cook Bro.
Give me just a second.
Yep.
Is this any better?
Yeah, actually.
Okay. So, Wind is gonna go to the lapidary.
Yes. So we have not seen I'm assuming, I know it wasn't said, but I assume you want this a magical lapidary, like the type of thing you use for, like, magic gemstones and sockets and things like that.
Yes.
Okay. So we haven't seen one of these in DA before, and honestly, I didn't know the word. I have it in my notes as Gem Cutter's Workshop, but it's nice to know that there was an actual word for it. So the first thing you noticed upon entering this room, Wind, is the piles of gemstones scattered around, and all of them have that faint glow of gems adequate for magical crafting in them. And you know, being an enchanter and living with a bunch of artisans and artificers, you know that gemstones can do everything from augment the properties of an enchantment to hold enchantments themselves. You know, a shield designed to repel fireballs could have, you know, ruby dust infused in it to raise its properties against fire, but it also might be set with rubies to absorb fire and, you know, return to sender, right? Spell storing things.
Right.
there are also sockets that can be placed on magical equipment to hold usually minor enchantments unto themselves. You can find everything you need for all of these things in here. We see like a table with several lenses on boom arms that you can hold to your face, various chisels and inscribing tools. We see large and small clamps to hold things in place while gems are cut, faceted, inscribed, and so forth. Pretty much anything you require could be in this room, though it's mostly like manual stuff as opposed to like a Mordenkainen's Manor, which would have more, like machinery in it. But also Irithyr casts a 7th level spell, so like there's a lot of good stuff in here. What are you looking for?
My first question is, are any of these gemstones... Oh god, brain. Don't do this to me now.
Are any of these gemstones what?
Are any of these gemstones holding magical effects?
No. Okay. They're able to, but it's not like... Don't think of it as the gemstone holding a magical effect. Think of gems as circuits. You cut and carve and inscribe a gem a certain way, and it can either like change the nature of like Aether and the weave as it passes through the gem, or it can sort of, to a degree, generate it itself. It's not... You will not find a lightning crystal in this room. You will find the means to make a lightning circuit in this room, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, there is not a gem that is like better. There's gems that are better than others for specific things, but like, it's a Galdur's Tower, it's a 7th level Galdur's Tower. It's not going to be, you can find gems up to Ruby. That's not how that works. Gems have a 10 scale grade, and various grades of various gems do different things, with higher grade being better. With a 7th level Galdur's Tower, you can find gems up to grade 4 in this room.
Wonderful.
Everything grade 3 and above is in this room is masterwork as well. So there's that.
Cool.
Ooh.
Masterwork reagents allow for an easier time crafting masterwork in artisan products.
So, the
Yes.
first thing that I would like to do, assuming because of how we made this that I have somewhat easy access to the crystal above.
I mean, yeah, there's a ladder and a door.
Yeah. I would like to figure out what properties this crystal could give.
So, the crystal is currently being held by the Tines of the Tower. And it seems to be immovable. It's being held in place by the tower. So any research you have to do, you either need to get it into the workshop or bring pieces of the workshop up here. Tools, lenses, etc. Which of those would you prefer?
Moving tools up here.
Moving tools up here. So we see Wind get like kitted out with like the apron, the gloves, maybe like a head, like one of those eye doctor's headpieces with the various lenses on it, right? And you come up here and you okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was very sneezy.
Sorry. You want to find the properties of the crystal? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you don't have like gem craft, jewel craft as an artisan profession. You're an enchanter, is that right? Or do you have it?
No, I do not have gemcraft.
Okay. So I guess make an it'll be harder with an enchanter's check, but Go ahead
That's
and make
fine.
an enchanter's check with, and I always ask this, insight is wisdom?
Insight is wisdom.
With your wisdom.
Okay.
DC, you're not a gem cutter. It's like, you're the type of artisan where you get, like,
Get back.
the sword, and then it's your job to lay the enchantment on the sword, right?
Yeah.
So given that, I'm going to say DC 22.
Okay. For my own reference, while I'm up here, I know Lash is in the back to tank. I would not be in the range of the War Banner.
No, you would not.
Okay.
The war,
So I'm
she's
gonna-
also not currently holding the War Banner, which she needs for it to have an effect.
Fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna apply guidance to myself then.
No problem.
Enchanter's tools, wisdom. Roll it.
That's a shame. Unfortunately, Galder's Tower does not confer advantage the way that Mordenkainen's Manor does. Is that standing?
I don't have inspiration to use on it. Does
Anybody else?
Anybody have any inspiration you want to give to a humble bear?
I don't got it, sorry.
Let me see here. Do I have any inspiration? No.
Okay.
Would you allow me to go one in the hole?
No, not for this.
Okay, then yes, that roll stands.
So it's not a gem. Like,
Mhm.
flatly, like, you rolled well, I'll give you some information, but not a lot of it's going to be useful.
That's fine. Let
It's
me
not
pull
a
up my notes.
gem. It's a lapidary, and lapidarist's tools are not going to like, you can't carve this crystal and put it in a socket.
Mhm.
It's more like a metal ingot than anything. It's very fragile, don't misunderstand me, but it's like, it's that type of thing as opposed to a magical conduit. Like, I know this is so pedantic, but there is a difference between crystals and gemstones.
Yeah.
Crystals are usually an ingredient, where gemstones are usually a part, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
One could argue that, the things inside a computer case are ingredients, but we have different words for it. Like, a properly cut, faceted, and inscribed gemstone is like the piston in an internal combustion engine, as opposed to the gasoline that ignites it, right? Whereas a crystal is more akin to the gasoline. This is a crystal, but it's not a crystal like that. It's more like the aluminum sheet used to shape the piston.
Yeah.
It would be more akin to glass than crystal. If you damage it with, like, a jeweler's chisel, you could shatter it. You could explode it. And with the tools that you have and the roll that you made, the properties of the crystal elude you, except that it is clearly a magical augmentation. It's not a conduit, it's not a spell storing stone, and it's not a, like, you cast a spell through it and the spell is stronger, which, yes, Irithir did that, but it's not that exactly. It's something different. It's not Irithir cast through a spell storing conduit. It's more Irithir cast and the crystal echoed, sort of.
I mean, this is exactly what it did. He cast it through it unintentionally and it got more, but it also altered itself to what it needed.
Yes, exactly. Could an artisan work with this object? Yes. Could an artisan find out what this is? Yes, but you would almost need... You'd almost need a smith to figure it out. But, like, a smith that also knows about glassware and crystals.
We pretty much need a jack of all trades for this.
Yeah, you basically need, like, a tinker.
Hello?
It was a fluke that it made the tower better. And it might be a part of the tower now. Like, for all you know, because you rolled what you did, for all you know, if the tower goes away, the crystal could go with it and be a permanent fixture of the tower, or it could drop to the ground and shatter, which would be not great. Given that you're, 6 stories up at this point.
Right.
That's what I got, unfortunately.
So this is either really cool and is now an addition to the Galder's Tower, which, I'll be honest, I'm kind of okay with the Sauron Tower now.
Yeah, right.
Or this thing is gonna explode and we might get a lot fucked up.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is we need to get out of this tower and out of the way before it kaplooies.
Or get the information you need.
Yeah.
For that.
Sounds like I'll be going to get Firga in a little while.
Okay. Yeah, that does take time, unfortunately, so let's catch up with the others and then circle back.
Absolutely.
So, Firga, you're there.
So, excuse me. So about the flood system.
You want to do that first, as opposed to Lash's armor? I want to talk about the flood system at length. If that's what you want to focus on, like, we can.
I think I am gonna do Lash's armor first.
Okay, so you're down in the smithy. You've got like Lash's armor pieces like strewn about. Some of them are like disassembled so that you can take the damaged pieces and like recast them. There's casting materials in here. You just need to like melt it down and get it done. Now, a level 7 Galder's Tower. Call high or low. I can't decide if it would have a blast forge, which is what you need.
Hi.
Yes.
Excellent.
It's not a great blast forge. It requires a lot of bellows pumping, but you have what you need to melt this material down and cast it again. So you're making progress, but it is slow progress. Why don't you make a Smith Tools check with your intelligence? Okay. So you tell me what that looks like.
I think part.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, is she dressed different? Is she doing like what is she doing when we catch up with Firka?
I think part of it is just she has materials she wouldn't usually have access to on the road.
Right.
Like the aforementioned blast furnace. So it's just much more. Her process is much more streamlined and like getting to the important bit instead of getting distracted with, okay, now I need this tool and then this tool. Shit, I don't have that. I can use this. Does it make sense?
Yes, but you're not telling me what specifically she's doing.
Oh,
I'm asking fiction, like past the roll. Fictionally, what do we see Firga doing?
Fictionally, I think you see her.
My first question is she dressed differently, or is she doing this in phalanx armor?
Oh yeah, I think she's got like a tool belt around her waist instead of like her hip flaps, and
I would say she took the armor off, but that's just me.
and like a smock instead of her chest plate, and like goggles on.
There you go. Very, very mad scientist-y.
Yes.
Has she done anything with her facial hair yet?
I don't think she has. There hasn't been a great opportunity to, though.
Okay.
If there's downtime in the tower anyway, she might get to that.
Okay. So you're sitting there, like setting to work, like taking the mold full of molten, dwarf steel out of the blast forge, and then just like pouring it in, like, well, I guess it wouldn't be a mold, it'd be a crucible, into the mold, and then letting it set, and then taking a hammer to the mold, and then like using tweezers to like fit that back into whatever piece of the armor it was.
Yeah.
Did I give you any numbers based on like the amount of damage the armor was in?
Yeah, you gave me a clock. I'm at 9 out of 25 before this roll.
You're at 9 out of 25. Okay. How about 11 points on that clock? I rolled real good.
Nice!
That would take you up to 20 of 25. So we see Firga just like tapping plates into place and like hitting switches, and the armor retracts and extends. We see you like taking the damaged pieces and recasting it. You're doing good. You're doing real good. This takes a bit. Is there anything Firga is like doing whilst doing this? Like, is she talking to herself? Is she thinking? Is she just super focused and we get a crafting montage? Like, what's the vibe?
If Irithyr isn't too busy in the study, I've got something to talk to him about.
You can't leave the forge if you're working on this stuff.
No, I mean if he's not too busy to come down and talk to her.
Well, we haven't.
I'm not sure what the stack is.
We haven't caught up with Irithyr yet, so
Okay.
Like, if you need Irithyr, then we can catch up with Irithyr. But like, then the answer is crafting montage. Like,
It's crafting montage then.
okay, then I want to talk to you about a concept that exists in the Forgotten Realms.
Okay.
It was first mentioned, I think, in the Legend of Drizzt, like series written by R.A. Salvatore. But in it, he describes that all dwarves have a moment. A moment where the spirit of Moradin moves through them and they make something the likes of which they will never make again. And it can give like purpose and satisfaction to a dwarf's life, but it can also leave them wanting. It's like, oh, I burn my one on that type of thing. It's a thing that dwarves know happens. It's an observable thing, but you can't control when it happens. Is this Firga's one, or is that going to come later?
I think that's gonna come later.
Okay, that's fine with me. So then, yeah, crafting montage, like, still a skilled artisan, a skilled dwarvish artisan, even if it's not their eureka moment, is substantial. But let's catch up with Irithyr before we catch up with you. So, Irithyr, you're last on deck. What are you doing?
He's probably going to be deep in his studies. I have a couple topics I know I want to look into.
Go ahead.
First off is Surtur,
Okay.
the fire giant god.
Yes. So you, yeah, make a religion check. Add a passive +3 to it.
Okay. So add 3 onto this.
Yep. Make sure you're rolling your characters.
Oh.
Okay. So Surtur, in the Forgotten Realms is the liege of the fire giants, in the same way that Koshchi is the liege of the frost giants. Surtur is vain. He's vain, but he's also a pretender. Surtur wants what the Flamekeeper has. The Flamekeeper being, the spark of creation, the chaotic force of just making. Surtur wants that. Like, in the same way that Disney's interpretation of Hades wants Olympus, that's basically Surtur to the Flamekeeper. He's also... Like, the fire giants are all about control, and Surtur taught them the runes to help with control, to shape the world around them and make it what they want, and that extends to people. So it is not incorrect to say that Surtur is an enchantment wizard. Sort of. He's short-sighted and, like I said, vain. He's quick to anger. He's arguably abusive. There's a lot of negative things to say about Surtur. As far as what is he capable of, I mean, he's a lesser god, so a lot. He's below Oral. Him and Koshchi are both below Oral, but not by a lot in terms of divinity. Divinity is still divinity. Beyond that, I'll give you 5 questions. What do you got?
5 questions. Should have thought of this beforehand.
Mood.
I assumed you were waiting to find out what you got for free. What is it about Surtur that you want to know? Or did I answer it all?
I'm thinking...
Okay.
The first question that I think of is weaknesses.
He's a god. Like, bluntly.
If not physical, then psychological.
I mean, he's vain, quick to anger, and short-sighted. Like, which means he's probably able to be tricked relatively easily. But again, divine. Like, he's all about control. You take his control away, he's more prone to make mistakes. But again, divine. Asking for a god's weaknesses is kind of like asking, how do I make a casino run out of money? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You have to stop its cash flow. You have to stop, like, the divine's energy source. Like,
fair.
The divine are the divine. Like, it's like, don't misunderstand me. I understand this story is about killing gods. I get that. But, like, the Galdr's Tower represents things Irithyr has seen even in passing. Like, there's nothing in here that Irithyr has not experienced to some degree. It's basically a mind palace. So, giving you a key to a door that you don't have a key to doesn't make a lot of sense.
Fair.
I mean, from the way he reacted, we might be putting at least a dent in his cash flow, so to speak.
Yeah, maybe.
Recent sightings of him?
Well, he was found in the Dark Forge City a few hours ago.
Oh.
Oh, fun.
That was
mean,
mentioned,
yeah.
my guy.
Right. I mean, yeah. Beyond that, I mean, though.
How far back you willing to go? The gods don't walk Toril. They're not allowed. Like that.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. Like Oral is breaking the rules by showing up in the Icewind Dale. Like she's not supposed to. The ordaining of the giants effectively locked the gods away, because like the Storm King, the guy who made the frickin' ordaining, is basically a god himself, and he's like, we're not allowed to be here. So they're not. If anything, that lends credence to you not being on Toril right now.
Yeah.
But like recent sightings, like we would have to go back to the first Dragon War, which that was a while ago, my guy.
Fair.
And even then, I don't know if Sutter took the field against the dragons.
Uh-huh.
Keep in mind, I only learned about Sutter 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And also, I don't like Divines in my game anyway. It's like, eh.
That's why I'm trying to gather information to get rid of him.
No, I appreciate that, but you're asking me, like, what's the history of him? Like, I genuinely could care less.
Fair.
I will put in what my players want and find interesting, but if I can avoid, like, what's Oral's favorite food? Like, I'm going to avoid it, because I don't care. I don't care about Oral, I don't care about Sutter.
Uh-huh.
Snow clones, clearly.
Yeah, right. I don't say that to put you off. Like, I don't say that to be like, stop asking me about it. Like, it's just like the fictional information. I get the impression that you care about gods about as much as I do. Like, it's not a big thing for you.
Yeah.
So with that, like, in my head, I don't really care about the minutia of gods, because I don't think mortals can know the minutia of gods, if that makes any sense.
Uh-huh.
Again, I understand that you're gonna kill Oral, and Virga really wants to kill Sutter. Like, I get that, but if ever there was a time for me to tip my hat towards Gary Gygax and say, it's a stat block, get through it, it will be the Divines. Like, I genuinely don't think about why Oral put the bubble up and is trying to, like, freeze the Icewind Dale beyond she finds it pretty and wants to freeze it. Like, that is all the motivation a god needs, as far as I'm concerned. Like, they're not people.
Uh-huh.
This thing, I like it. It's mine now. Go
Yeah,
away.
basically, like, and I'm saying this to the group, like, I hope that doesn't cheapen things too badly for you. Like, it's just, as far as I'm concerned, the gods are aspects. The gods are, like, magic. Like, they're not dudes on Toril. Now, that's not necessarily true in other planes, but on Toril, like, they're not dudes as far as I care. If you guys disagree, I can change my stance, but that's where I am. Nobody's saying nothing. Guys?
Generally,
nobody-
Amoria. Generally, I'm more interested in the anthropology of gods than the actual gods.
Could
no
you
real strong opinion.
could you like define what you mean?
Like, the way people go about their lives and how the gods affect them rather than what the gods are actually doing.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Like, people are interesting and religion can shape that, but the gods themselves, just because of the scale, I find terribly boring.
When you have an enemy that can basically do whatever they want and are very hard to do anything about,
Exactly.
You know,
Like, you've still got questions, V, but like, I'll do my best to answer them.
Yeah. I'm just not sure what else to ask. I don't know what direction to take my line of questioning.
What are you looking like? If you're satisfied and want to move on, like, that's fine. We can move on to the next topic. But like, if there's something about Surtur that you feel is relevant to your actions, and you don't have that information, I'll try to give it to you. Like, I will think up dates for when he was last sighted if you need me to. I don't have it ready to go because I don't care.
Yeah.
If you care, that's fine. And if you care, I will care. But as I said, I get the impression that you don't. And that's not an insult. Like, what I'm saying is, I think we're of a mind.
I don't have any more questions, honestly.
Okay. So, what's the other topics you want to research?
I want to research the archive and the other treasures of the High Ice.
The other treasures of the High Ice. Have we compiled a list of those?
We have for Renlosi Gatil, for the 3 houses there.
I will need your help. I need to find those in my notes. The archive is one.
There was a blade for House Karamdon.
There was a blade for House Karamdon, which is that's the sword of the first moon, I think.
Something like that. And then I remember a sprout or sprig or something plant related for the other house.
Yeah, yes, that's the I based it on the White Tree of Gondor, so I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what I called it though. But you don't want those. You want Corny Segan's treasures. Okay.
I'm casting a broad net here.
Yeah, you are.
If I need to focus it down to just the archive for now, I will.
We can... Again, I do not want to limit what you guys do in your study sessions. Like, that, I know I said what I said about Surtur, but like, if you care about Surtur, I will do my best to answer those questions. If you feel it is important to research the houses and the treasures of Corny Segan right now, I will do my best to answer that. That being said, I do not have the pillars of Corny Segan ready to go. Admittedly, I haven't done a lot of thought about, like, don't misunderstand me. I have a whole chapter for the Snow Elves that I want to do, but it's chapter 3. Like, I haven't really been prepping for it yet. Again, if you think it's important,
I can focus my inquiry down to the archive for now, because that's what I'm immediately interested in.
What do you want to know?
There's a lot I want to know.
That's valid. Give me a starting point.
It's creation.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was your master's name?
Tavaster.
Tavaster. I keep wanting to say Teventer, and that is not right. Teventer from Dragon Age, that's why it's tripping me up. Tavaster. Was Tavaster the original keeper of the archive, or was it passed to Tavaster by his master?
I believe it was passed to him.
I would think so
I feel
as
like
well.
This is very old.
Agreed.
Elven.
Was
It was given to him
Tavaster...
by
So,
Tavaster's master.
remind me. Is Irithyr a part of the house? Is he related to Tavaster? Or
no.
no? So it's
He
Go ahead.
was adopted into it.
What is the
like
name of the
he
house?
House Galastasia.
Is it Galastasia? Why is his surname Galastasia then?
Because when he became a part of it, he adopted the name.
Okay, but you were born. What's Irithyr's maiden name?
I haven't thought of that. To be fair, I was kind of operating under the name that commoners that weren't a part of a house didn't have one.
No, he would have a name, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be like a recognizable one. Like Firga is from Clan Dwemerwood. Firga is like essentially nobility in her own clan, whereas Tordek, the dwarf from Heltepe, there is no Clan Gold Fury. He's a part of Clan Drakebane.
Yeah.
So he would be Tordek Gold Fury of like Clan Drakebane, whereas you are Irithyr Galastasia of House Galastasia. But if you were not born into that, that's a big deal, which explains why Karamdan is out for you, and B, you like even if you were adopted, even if like Tavaster adopted you, normally you would just be Irithyr noun verb of House Galastasia. But you are a Galas. He went the full Monty. He's like, no, this is my son. Which bluntly, that's a little bit like putting lipstick on a pig as far as elves are concerned. Like, especially if you're lowborn, which is what it sounded like you said. I bring this up because you were like, I don't know why Karamdan is out to get him so badly. Why they're calling him a heretic and shit like that. It's like, probably because they want you fucking dead, my guy. Like, did Tavaster... So first of all, Tavaster Galastasia?
Yes.
Did he just, like, adopt Irithyr? Like, straight up adopt him?
I have it in my notes that it was an apprenticeship, and...
How did he get the name Galastasia?
When Tavaster passed the role of High House to him.
It passed the... He passed the archive, the position of High Diviner, and then, like, at the same ceremony, adopted him. Good God.
Nice.
Was Tavaster known to shake things up like that? I assume yes.
Probably.
Okay. So, Tavaster is your dad, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Oh boy, that explains so much about House Karamdan. Was Tavaster born into House Galastasia?
I believe so.
Yeah. You believe no?
I said I believe so.
Okay. So then his master would have been his father.
Uh-huh.
or mother, like, depending. Whoever was High Diviner, it could have been his uncle or aunt, but, like, whoever was High Diviner Galastasia before Tavastra was in the family. So there's a huge breach of tradition, like, adopting Irithyr and naming him High Diviner. What did you do that got old Tavastra so, like, on Team Irithyr? Did he have any kids?
No.
Could he have kids?
I don't know.
And if he couldn't, did anyone know that?
Probably not.
Okay. So, circling all the way back, you want to know about the creation of the archives.
Uh-huh.
Did he tell you? Like, I'm not saying he didn't trust you. I'm saying, like, did he know?
I feel like he might have known. I don't know if he told Irithyr, though.
Man alive. I can, like, no roll required. I can definitely tell you what he told you. But if you're leaving it up to me, I'm not promising that's accurate.
Uh-huh.
Up to you.
Are there other options?
The other options would be, like, rolling dice to see if you overheard a conversation, or read it in a book, or, like, if Tavastra told you the truth. Failure would be, like, he doesn't even know. Like, this thing is old as fuck, even by Elven standards. Like...
Uh-huh.
If you want to make a history check, you can. Normally, I'd be like, it's snow elf stuff. You can have advantage on this, but you don't get advantage on this one.
That's fair. I shall roll.
All right. I'll say DC. Okay, 1 yard roll. I'm not gonna let that stand because the DC is significant, and I was about to tell you that.
Okay.
I know I called for the roll, but I was gonna say the DC is, like, it to find the truth of the archive. It's gonna be a DC 32 check. So I'm not gonna hold you to that roll.
I cannot roll that high, actually.
You can, because you have the study, which gives you a +3.
Fair. Okay.
But
Do
you
you
have
have
to
guidance?
roll, what, 18 to get it, I think?
Yes.
Oof.
It's possible.
15% chance.
15% chance.
I like those odds.
Okay. I would take that shot in XCOM, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, but XCOM fudges the percentages.
Oof.
Yeah, but the amount of people who are like, it's less than 50%, I shouldn't take that shot, and then get killed frustrates me.
Valid.
So, okay, so you failed the roll. I'll tell you what Tavastra told you.
Uh-huh.
It is an ancient House Galastasia treasure, gifted to the High Diviner at the founding of Renlosi-Gatil, so that the Watchtower could always have the blessing of the stars. He tells you that snow elves come from the stars. They're made of star stuff, and because of that, the stars are important. They guide everything they do. It's a great tapestry that came from the dreams of Corellian. Corellian's dreams made the stars, and the snow elves came from the stars, which makes House Galastasia and the High Diviners so important. The archive is a collection of all the knowledge of the elves from before they were the elves. It is a direct link to Corellian.
Uh-huh.
That's what you've always been told.
And I now know that, while that might not be a falsehood, there is more to it than that.
Correct. But with that roll, that's the best I can give you.
Uh-huh.
Now, that being said, if you want to further research the archive, that's what we're here to do, and I'll still let you ask a question about the archive with that roll, but you can also waste that question. If you ask something that I can't answer with that roll, it's gone.
Uh-huh.
That is a powerful story, though.
Thank you.
I wonder how that intersects with the whole Goliath thing. I was trying to pull the right word there, and it didn't come out, so Goliath thing.
It's amazing how many cultures have faith based on celestial bodies.
True.
Yeah.
And how different it can be.
Mm-hmm.
Which mirrors real life.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
There are a couple questions that come to mind. I need to decide on one.
You might be able to ask more later, depending on what direction you take this. Keep that in mind.
You can also use the other players as a sounding board.
Absolutely.
Sounding board before you actually ask anything.
Yep.
Absolutely.
My first idea was any information on how to start the exaltation process.
Have you not somewhat already done that by turning it into the Archive of the Curious?
That was awakening it.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
So
I rolled to give it a once-over like Kilio did with the dagger, but I got basically nothing out of it except it's Elven. It's not going to be as easy as Kilio's.
Fair.
well, Kelios is also elven. But yes, it's more about the age of it. Kelios is younger than yours. And that being said, if you want to ask me about elvish puzzle weapons, we can have that conversation. You probably couldn't make one, but you're familiar with the concept.
Yeah.
Nah, hang on. With Irthir's expertise in elvish trick weapons,
Don't say trick weapons, that's a different thing. Puzzle weapons.
Puzzle weapons, thank you.
I just don't want to get confused.
Fair. The knowledge sets that both Firga and Guiding Wind have, plus probably other things, it's not impossible that we could make puzzle weapons.
True.
Correct.
Plotting intensifies.
Would you like to know about puzzle weapons?
Yeah.
Would you like to know enough to give me another topic in your archive, in your study?
Yeah.
Okay. Puzzle weapons are... They're old magic, but they're old magic repurposed. Snow elves... Basically all elves, to a degree, are familiar with puzzle weapons. They're ways of, for example, hiding an enchantment to get it past a security check. They are used as locks, and they're often used with keys only, like the owner of the puzzle item. It's not just weapons. Can know. They can vary from like seemingly removing an enchantment from an item and making it mundane, or holding a powerful enchantment like steady until it needs to be used, because the more magical energy something gives off, the more unstable it is. This is something you're very familiar with. That's why crystal lattices and gem sockets and stuff exist, because raw magical energy, like, you know what raw magical energy is. It's called wild magic. Like, spell cascade, astral bleed, like, all of these things come from overexposure of magical energy. So puzzle items are used as like not circuitry, I've already used that word, but like structure to allow for greater effect or security, depending on what it's used for. You know, a puzzle lock can be better than a latch key. You know what I mean? If, like, what greater key could there be than something created to live in the mind of the person unlocking the thing? Thought strands can be used to open puzzle locks, which is fun. Dog's going nuts, sorry. Beyond that, make an Arcana check.
Alright.
I've just had a really interesting thought.
Go ahead, but also the dog is going ham, so I apologize. Go ahead, Cookie.
What if we turn the broken dragon lance into a puzzle item?
I mean, you could, in theory, but the magic on that is so subtle and weak anyway that there's almost no point. So...
Yes, but what if we designed a completely new puzzle weapon based on it?
Could do.
Could. It's an interesting thought.
Plotting intensifies.
So, generally, magical puzzle weapons being one of the most common, because, again, you want to use that magical power in defense or in combat. Generally, they have 3 levels: Inert, Awakened, and Exalted. Exalted, once it is locked, has to be unlocked by a very specific means, but once it's unlocked, it's a state in which the item can go in, it's like Super Saiyan. It can go into for a certain amount of time, and then it reverts to its awakened state. It's not going to be exalted all the time. It's a power-up state, generally. It's usually much harder to unlock than the awakened state of a thing, and it may even be keyed to a specific person. The properties of a puzzle item will change depending on what state that it's in, even if it's not magical. There may be multiple puzzle locks on a mundane item, which would give different, not necessarily benefits, but different changes to the item based on what you have unlocked, similar to a puzzle box. You rolled real well. Beyond that, I'll give you 4 questions.
You said it could be keyed to specific individuals.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, but do I know who the original head of House Galastasia was?
Do you know who it is? Almost certainly. Do I know who it is? Not off my head.
Fair.
Could the archive be keyed to them? I doubt it, because previous diviner, well, I guess not previous if he's the fucking first, previous to you, subsequent to them, have been able to exalt the archive.
Uh-huh. Uh...
Also, generally, it's a puzzle lock on an item, not a puzzle item. The fact that it's been mutated into elvish puzzle weapons is just one of those things that mortals have done that just annoys you.
Yeah.
The puzzle refers to the lock.
Uh-huh. So this thing... So, presumably the archive was enchanted as its exalted state and then put a lock on it to put a damper on it.
Correct. Which makes sense given how much magical energy it contains.
Uh-huh.
It contains every spell ever written and every spell that will be written because you opened up the Archive of the Curious. Like, and the fact that it has two states like that, like, this thing is powerful artifact level arcana.
Uh-huh.
But you knew that already.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Mhm.
I don't want to eat into any of his questions, though.
Oh, field it.
What's the difference between a puzzle weapon and a trick weapon?
Well, puzzle refers to the lock. Trick refers to an aspect of the weapon. For example, if the weapon has a, like, hidden catch on it that changes the length of the handle, for example, and the wielder can manipulate that, that is a trick weapon. If it is suppressing an enchantment and needs to be solved before the wielder can use the enchantment, it's a puzzle weapon.
Gotcha.
Yeah, trick weapons don't even necessarily need to be enchanted.
They also don't necessarily have to be locked.
Like those cleavers from Blood Hunter, you could just do it.
Correct. I have a whole Blood Hunter subclass based around trick weapons that I like to call the Order of the Trigger.
When are you gonna add that to the cellar?
When I find my old notes, because Nyx wants to play one in an upcoming game.
Neat.
Bounce, 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 bounce.
Uh-huh.
Back to you, V.
Other questions. How many did I have?
You had 4. You asked, like, less than 1.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna dip a bit into my Sage feature here.
Yeah, sure.
Where would I start looking for the information about exalting it, finishing the puzzle?
Well, there's the puzzle itself.
Mm-hmm.
The other answer would be, like, whatever holding House Galastasia physically has.
Uh-huh.
Or Corny Ziggin.
Yeah.
The problem with the Sage feature is it tells you where you can go to get it. It doesn't have to be convenient. Like,
Yeah.
you're like, if you want to do that imminently, the best thing to do is mess with the archive.
Uh-huh.
Could you get that information written down somewhere? Yeah, probably, and it would either be in Renlo Segatil or Corny Segan, probably.
Mm-hmm. Going back to the previous topic, I am also curious about whatever draconic essence or influences on this item.
Okay. Based on you have had this for a while. Irithyr is not a young man.
Yeah.
And you sense no draconic essence on it the entire time. Tavaster has never mentioned it. It's not mentioned in the halls of House Calistasia.
This thing probably sat in a case for a long time.
Did it? Or does the High Diviner use it?
Probably uses it for like daily divinations, but not like he hasn't used it to the extent that he has on this adventure.
Why not?
A lack of need.
I would argue that a wizard uses a spellbook every day.
Fair.
I would also argue that most wizards find excuses to use their spellbook as much as possible.
Uh-huh.
If that's not Irithyr, that's not Irithyr, but I'm surprised that you say he doesn't use it when he's a wizard.
Well, he uses it, but it's never been an issue to, like, seriously examine into it until now.
Right. It doesn't need
It
maintenance.
almost feels like a fluke that he found the catch to awaken it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's almost like somebody pushed his hand.
Uh-huh.
That's something you can look into.
Yeah.
If you want.
Do. I'm just not quite sure what you mean by that.
You are a diviner. You study the stars for patterns and use that to guide the will of your people. By definition, you don't believe in flukes.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with that.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a fluke, but I don't think Irithyr would think, "Oh, it was a fluke that I found that." Like, that's not how faith works.
Yeah.
I think it's entirely reasonable that Irithyr at some point in his life has said the phrase "coincidence doesn't exist."
Uh-huh.
Right? Like, causality is so important to Irithyr. Am I mistaken?
No, you're right. So that's the question, is what did tip him off?
I don't think you know.
No.
Like, you know the event that happened that caused you to mess with the archive, but the math isn't there. It doesn't, like, why then? What did it? Like, maybe Irithyr has been running through that in his head for a while now.
Uh-huh.
Because it doesn't add together like it should.
Well, he got knocked down.
Yep.
He was jailed by Dawn for
By-
protection.
Jailed by Dawn for protection. But it's not the first engagement he's been in.
No.
He's done military service, for fuck's sake. He's fought dragons!
Was in a state where he couldn't do anything but really look inward.
Mm-hmm. So where does that leave you?
With a force either within himself or within the archive.
But you've studied the enchantment on the archive. In its inert state and in its awakened state, it's not intelligent. It doesn't have an artificed intelligence in it.
Mm-hmm. Does that make it a conduit of some sort?
Does it?
That's where my brain goes. Sorry, I'm blanking now.
Yep. You're good, friend. I don't think you should conclude that you have the information you need right now.
Yeah.
So, how do you get it?
I need to either find notes from Tavastor or some such and run those to Gatil, or I need to study the archive further.
Yeah.
Need to study it magically.
You could try replicating the situation you were in when you awakened it the first time to see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have...
Because sometimes you forget things until you do them again.
Do you have any notes from Tavastor?
I have his letter that he addressed to me.
Yeah.
Before he went off. Let me look over that again.
Okay. Why don't you make an investigation check?
Okay.
Didn't a note pop out of the archive one time, or am I misremembering?
It gave him visions.
It gave him visions.
No, I mean you got a spell from it one time and a little note showed up that said something to the effect of, handy spell, ain't it?
Yeah, that was before it was awakened, actually.
Yep,
Okay.
it was. So you've looked at this note 100 times, 1,000 times. Tavastor sends you just a one-page note that says there's...
I've got it in my notes somewhere.
It essentially says, I found something. It's going to shake things up almost as much as when you came into my life. You are the High Diviner that I always knew that you would be. I'll see you soon. It's essentially.
What do you think the odds are that this is also a puzzle note?
Wouldn't that be a thing?
Huh.
Yeah, Val says backstage, maybe a cipher. My first thought was, invisible ink.
I've got it verbatim here, what you told me.
I don't remember what I told you, so I might be changing it.
Uh-huh.
But go on.
By the time you receive this letter, I wager you will be High Diviner. You will be privy to many secrets, both of our people and of that which is not yet written. I must go away for a while, as you may find that you must. A time will come when you must choose between everything you believe to be correct and what the stars have to say.
Yes.
It will be... It will be your portent to decide which is more important. I know that you will make the right decision.
Yes. Nope, I'm not going to change that. That's where I have it.
Uh-huh.
Would you mind to post that in chat? Roll20 chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the time you receive this letter, I rate you will be High Diviner. You will be privy to many secrets, both of our people and of that which is not yet written. I must go away for a while, as you may find that you must. A time will come when you must choose between everything you believe to be correct and what the stars have to say. It will be your portent to decide which is more important. I know that you will make the right decision. Nope, that is pretty much exactly what I would have had.
Uh-huh.
With a 14 investigation, like, I think Irithyr does that thing where he looks at the note and his eyes don't move because he's memorized what it says.
Uh-huh.
But something sticks to you.
Okay.
Tavaster adopted you. Not adopted you into House Galastasia. He adopted you. You are his son. To my pupil.
Uh-huh.
That's a little weird. Why would he address you as his pupil?
Yeah.
Leap of logic here. Have you tried holding it right up to your eye?
That is an interesting leap of logic.
That, my other thought was, you got any portraits of him where you can see his eyes?
Not on me.
Yeah, not on you. Like, you know this was written in a rush. You know that he did not give you this note. This was given to you by a servant.
Uh-huh.
Nothing about this note is suspicious to anyone but you. No one would look at this twice. If this was delivered to the head of House Karamdan, he would be like, this note is useless. No one would catch that, except because, like, even if you were born into House Galastasia, he would not refer to you as son in public. In any situation, he would not call you that. But he probably called you that privately. Why would he address a letter to you, to my pupil?
Gamzee says, what spell came with the note? Wait, wasn't it Arcane Eye?
No. The note with, that Irithyr got through, finding it in the archive was for Remove Curse.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
And it said more useful than you'd think. Or
Yes.
something along those lines.
Yes.
Wait.
Maybe try casting remove curse on the archive?
Or on the letter. I don't have
Okay,
it
now let's
correct.
look.
First off, I want to try to confirm my path of logic by ritual casting detect magic.
Okay. You ritual cast detect magic. The green pulse comes out, and you are able to detect magical auras in your vicinity. You're in a Galder's Tower, so everything is magic.
Uh-huh.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking at the note
The
specifically.
note is not magic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is the ink magic?
No.
Is
Alright.
the envelope it came in magic?
No.
Am I magic?
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is 14.
14. I can't give it to you for that one. Sorry. I'll let you make a perception check. The DC is 19.
Okay. Shall see. God, I wish I still had some portents.
You don't
That's
have to
alright.
solve this right now, just saying.
Uh-huh. I don't.
Or
Or I could.
you could.
Well done.
Hey, fair is fair. You pass the roll. The seal on the envelope, it's not magic, but as you're looking over the letter and the ink and the envelope to see what's going on, you realize something.
Uh-huh.
It was sealed in wax with the seal of House Galastasia on it. The seal is flipped horizontally.
As if someone...
Mirrored it.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I'm trying to think of what that means.
You got any mirrors?
It's another thing that nobody would catch except you. That's what it means.
You got
As
any
if
mirrors?
someone made a copy of the stamp, but
Well, no, you
in
like
reverse.
yes, but like, let me be clear. It's not. This isn't from Tavaster. It's another thing that only a son of House Galastasia would be like. Wait, hold up, this isn't right.
Uh-huh.
Have you tried holding the note up to a mirror?
I haven't, I don't think. But also, it's not magic.
No, but you might notice something encoded in the message itself.
Would you be interested to go to -1 inspiration, Vader?
Sure.
Because I said something, and you're not getting it.
Uh-huh.
So so next time you get inspiration, it's just gone to the wind.
Yeah.
Puzzle locks. Dampen enchantments.
Oh.
You're right, it's not enchanted, or is it?
Oh. Oh. Wait a second. There is a puzzle here. There's absolutely a puzzle other than the archive left by Tavaster.
Yeah.
question is, how do I start to solve it?
That's the question, isn't it?
The stamp is mirrored.
Mm-hmm. Feel free to chime in, champions.
Horizontally.
Yes.
Well,
Sorry,
you
I'm
could
trying
do
to-
something with the node, with
The
the
wax
envelope.
is very dry by this point, isn't it?
Oh, certainly.
Is there a way to just pull it off and flip it?
Why don't you make a sleight of hand check?
Sure. I'm not great at these.
Be careful, friend. If you want to change the parameters before you make this roll, you may want to consider that.
Yeah. I might want to get someone a little more dexterous to do this.
How's your dex?
It's the +3.
Same.
Plus
Unless
3.
Tinker's tools would help in this case.
Plus 3. Like, I don't know. Would they? Can you use, like, I'm. This isn't me actually asking. This is rhetorical. Can you use tools to make this easier?
If you had like a flat knife,
Yeah, my thought was a flat knife.
I do. I've got a small knife.
Would you say
Heating
that
it-
came from your would you say that came from your starting equipment there?
Yes.
You know, the stuff you got from being an apprentice?
Heating
Yeah.
it from the other side of the envelope might also make it easier so it doesn't break in half. Not enough to melt the whole thing, just the very back side of it.
If I take this down to the forge in a warm ambient environment, can I loosen the seal and then pry it off with the knife?
Theoretically.
I'm going to try that.
Alright, so you head down to the forge where Firga is casting, and I believe Firga had something to talk to you about.
Hey there, Earthier. Are you busy?
Not with anything that requires my immediate attention.
Fantastic, because I've got something to discuss with, well, the party, but I think you're a good place to start.
You got a rumble in your background there, Birchmiller?
Yeah, the heater's going.
Fair enough. I ain't gonna ask you to turn it off because it's December. As you like, I'll just sit here muted unless I'm needed.
Alright, so... I think she sets her tools down for a minute. This might sound a bit gauche with your current state, but... The Snow Elves know quite a bit about dealing with dragons, eh?
Yes, we have dealt with them for millennia.
Well... What if I told you there was a dragon holed up in a dwarf hold that I'd like some help getting rid of?
Really now.
Hey,
What dwarf hold would this be?
come on, Brain, do the thing.
Should be in your notes.
1 second. I don't think we figured out a specific name for it other than...
What was the name of the town you were in? What was the name of the town? Cardenival? Is that where you got this from?
with the old fortune lady.
Was that Cardenival?
Yes,
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Give
and
me...
I was trying to get context for it, and you gave it. So
Cool, give me 1 second.
sorry about the rumbling. I was sat in a position that was starting to make me feel nauseated.
You're
due to the pressure on my
good. I don't believe anything. I think
my mic got knocked over, so I wasn't sure if that made a noise.
I don't believe that it did.
I'm confused.
What are you confused by?
How Cara Denival came into it.
Cara Denival is where you got this information, right?
No, I was gonna bring up,
No, I'm not asking you what you're going to bring up. You learned about the dragon thing in Cara Denival, right?
No, because we hadn't come up with it yet.
Come up with what yet?
Remember what we were discussing about where the Clan Dwemerwoad Hall is the word I was looking for?
Oh, that dragon!
Yes!
There's another dragon thing that Firga has. Did you just forget?
Yes!
There's another thing. There's another. Hethel Arcorin, the dwarf soothsayer, told you about another dragon thing. And she said if you wanted to free Gauntlgrim, you needed to go deal with that. Did you just forget about that?
I don't remember that at all.
She is a Dragar, yeah, Val. But you don't remember that.
No, and now I'm mad because I don't.
I thought that's what you were talking about. Okay, hold on. Hidden in the spine of the world, there is the beating heart of a dragon. And you need to deal with that, or light will never return to Gauntlgrim, and most of the north will fall. This is what you were told by Hethel Arcorin. And you took that to mean there's a dragon causing problems. You mentioned it a couple of times. You have no memory of this.
I don't, and I'm mad about it.
Okay, so do you remember the Dwarven Soothsayer?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember the conversation. I remember her telling me about the Dwergar. I don't remember the thing about the dragon.
The Dwergar have the Dwergar have the beating heart of a dragon, and if they use it, light will never come back to Gauntlgrim, and most of the north will fall.
Got it.
That's what I thought you were talking about, because I couldn't remember where I told you they were holed up.
Okay, just full transparency, this whole thing is from my section of notes that I lost.
Okay, no, so according to my notes, I didn't tell you where they are, and you never followed up on it.
Okay.
So you have that, but you don't. I thought that's what you were talking about. Now I realize it's not. You're talking about the other dragon thing. But when you led with, so there's this dragon, I thought you were talking about the prophecy that you need to deal with.
Gotcha. Just so I have it in my notes now, would you mind copy pasting that for me?
There's nothing to copy paste, but I'll remind me and I'll type it out for you backstage.
Appreciate it.
That being said, you never followed up with her. You don't know where the Dwergar have this dragon. Might want to get that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you were told it will blight out the sun. That's what you were told. Remember?
Okay. I vaguely remember that.
Yes. We're told the heart of the dragon will blight out the sun, was the words that were used.
Okay.
No, this other thing is, as far as you know, unrelated.
Okay.
Thinking about this side quest and what you and I discussed about Clan Dwemerwoad, it might be one and the same, but Fira doesn't know that.
Valid. I lost my train of thought now. Right. I think Irithir asked which hold this would be.
Well, you didn't.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
Clan Emerald's ancestral halls.
I can't say I'm familiar with every single dwarven clan's ancestral home.
But you do know that dwarf holds are places of power. Like, even if the hold is lost, it's going to be full of treasure. It's going to be full of supplies. It's going to be like, it is it's the great vault of that clan. Like, dwarf holds are always valuable.
Uh-huh.
I never. Don't take this the wrong way, but I never thought I'd be asking an elf's help for that.
What about
But
asking
there-
a friend? Hey, I could do that. Anyway.
There's a bit of a story there though, and some things I need to find first.
Uh-huh. Dealing with a dragon is a task, as I'm sure you know.
Hey,
Even a single one.
a single dragon managed to send my entire clan's running for the hills.
I mean, it did the same thing to like you know, yeah, that's a point of like shame for you, maybe to a point, Virgo, but like, make no mistake, it also sent Brunor running and Clan Battlehammer
Valid.
twice.
Very valid.
Brunor lost a hold to a dragon twice. He got them both back, but he did. Brunor lost Mithril and he lost Contogram.
Blow
Also,
clapping.
the absolute carnage that it caused at the moot.
Yeah, right?
Right? I'm just saying, if we need supplies and weapons and all that shit, my clan's full of crafters, full to bursting.
You're not going to like my answer as to how we deal with dragons.
Hey?
We develop siege weapons to hurt them where it counts. We train our soldiers to ride upon owls, jump onto their backs and clip their wings. It's no more than what I assume you already know.
Hey... I didn't know that's why you had owl riders, but that makes an odd amount of sense.
I mean, you hit one with a giant flaming rock, Firka, so there's that.
I mean, she knew they had them after that experience,
No,
but...
no. I know. I'm just saying, hitting a dragon and making it not be able to fly is something you're familiar with. But Irithir doesn't know that because he wasn't there when the dragon attacked.
So, yeah, I forgot he wasn't there yet. Hey, I did the... Well, not the owls, but I hit one with a... me and my crew hit one with a trebuchet. Knocked it right out of the sky. Back at the moot.
Hell of a shot, Irithir.
Mm-hmm.
Dragons are fast. Hitting one with a trebuchet, that's impressive.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time I heard hell of a shot from somebody who was manning a trebuchet, I'd have 2 nickels.
Listen.
To use the term used in another media. The Dragon Killer siege weapons that are used on the high ice are probably much larger and faster than any normal trebuchet.
Yeah, they're effectively like spring-loaded harpoon launchers as opposed to something that lobs a boulder. Yeah.
Yeah. That is an impressive shot. A simple trebuchet is rather lesser to what we usually use.
I mean, it wasn't
And
a
less
simple trebuchet, it was a dwarven trebuchet, but I can see the point.
The weapons we use are not mobile at all.
They're like those, are you guys familiar with those big missile turrets that the military has? They look like big cubes, and they have the various missile pods in them.
You're talking about anti-aircraft?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine that, but it's just like ballistas stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
That is both terrifying and cool as shit.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
So,
hate it.
yeah. SAM towers.
Yeah. Surface-to-air harpoons.
Doesn't quite have the
Surface to
same
dragon,
ring
you
to
mean?
it. Yeah, but then the abbreviation is just sad.
Yeah, the dragon's gonna be sad
The
afterwards.
dragons are gonna be sad.
What was my turn?
You want to go back to the dwarf hold?
Right. So. Come on, brain, do the thing. But, A, if at all possible in our journeys together as a party, if we can get my clan's home back, I'd very much like to. But the first step is finding the key, and it's somewhere, last I heard, here in the Icewind Dale.
Curious.
I like how you say here in the Icewind Dale as if you're not, wait for it, in a wizard's tower, in a sword, underneath a volcano, underneath a dwarven city, through an airlock, beneath a Goliath tree, on top of a mountain in the Icewind Dale.
Let me explain the logic here. If they survive this onslaught of bosses and return to the surface, assuming they don't take a shortcut through the Underdark like a madman, like a group of madmen, they're probably going to pop out in the Icewind Dale.
Yes, I understand, but that does not change the hilarity of what you just said.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, if you mean when we get out of here.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Well, I could potentially teach someone as martially skilled as yourself the techniques we use against dragons, for what it's worth.
Hey, between my engineering and your expertise, I think we could do a right number on it. What do you say?
I can arrange that. But first, it's been sufficient time for this to be heated. Turning his attention back to the envelope.
What you got there?
If my guess is right, another puzzle.
Eh? Some sort of secret message? She rubs her hands together like, ooh, what do we got?
With that, he'll probably pull out his knife.
Okay.
Carefully start prying the heated wax off and flip it.
Make a sleight of hand check.
I did say carefully. Let's see if it... Okay.
Whew, okay, so you pry the wax seal off, you flip it over. Where's the letter?
Probably in his other hand.
Okay.
Or like stashed, probably like stashed near, like in a pocket nearby or something.
All right, so you flip it over, and what do you do with it? Just like put it back on the envelope?
I was thinking maybe put it on the leather parchment.
Okay.
Well, before you do that, is there anything on the paper under where the wax seal was?
Yes, the fold of the envelope.
Yeah.
I figured that. I thought maybe there was something written under it.
Nope.
Okay.
I guess where it was on the envelope first.
Okay. You reseal the envelope.
Oh no.
I want to...
What?
Not what I meant to do.
Oh, then I misunderstood. I apologize.
I meant more so apply the semi-heated seal back onto the fold of it.
Wait, what?
With it still open. Actually... Wait, no.
So
I'm going
are you
to...
trying to put it...
I got it. What I want to do is take the letter, place it back inside the envelope,
Okay.
flip the seal, and reseal the envelope.
Okay. You do so. The seal of House Calistasia is now in its proper orientation on the sealed letter.
Mm-hmm. That...
So why did you just do that?
Because the seal was reversed. Can't believe I didn't notice it earlier.
Huh. I'm assuming
Detect
that's...
magic should still be up. Any change?
No?
Carefully reopen the envelope, I guess.
Okay.
Take the letter out.
You take the letter out.
Would you allow me to look at it for just a moment?
All right.
So are you not opening the letter?
After he opens it, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pass the letter and envelope.
So I'm not gonna hold it close enough to burn it or anything, but I'm gonna like hold it up to the fire so it's like so I can see the light through it.
Okay.
And then I flip it over. Anything interesting?
Can you read Elvish?
No, I don't think so, but would I recognize it as writing?
I mean, yeah. There's writing on the page that you can't read, yeah.
Flipping back over, does it match up with what's written on the other side?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. No, never mind. Handing it back.
Okay. What do you do, Arether?
I feel like I'm just using key items in an adventure game here, but
If
Can
I
I-
may, real quick,
Okay.
I don't know that there's something you've done.
What's that?
Have you tried reading the letter now?
Yeah. Is there any change to the letter from where
There
before?
is.
There is.
You only asked me if that was magic. You only asked me if that was magic.
I was going to ask, and then I got distracted.
Sorry.
It's okay. I unintentionally helped reground you.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm thinking about how to word it because I kind of have to flip it. I will say, you know it's different immediately because you read "to my son."
Aw.
Oh,
It says, oh god, I'm gonna type this out so that I don't confuse myself.
Uh-huh.
You know, this is not at all what I thought tonight was going to turn into, but I'm
Same.
enjoying.
Right?
Meanwhile, I shall get my notes ready to copy this.
So about that sports ball.
About that sport ball.
Go sports team. Snarking aside, the World Cup's going on, right?
Yes.
I honestly have no idea who's playing.
You know,
I've heard the U.S. team has been making a good showing.
Yes.
Really?
I
Oh, that's
apologize for the wait. Thank you, guys.
No problem.
Problem. I know you're typing, Fox, but for the record, at some point, Guiding Wind is going to make his way down here.
I figured.
All right. Anybody got any
There you go.
dragons?
To my son, I know you are High Diviner by the time you receive this letter. There are things not yet written, many secrets you are yet privy to. As you have gone away, so too have I. I wait for you here. Your mind and heart lead you to the right decisions. What is important then? The portents that the stars say or what you believe to be correct? You must choose. Which is essentially the mirror of the first letter.
Yeah.
And that's how Kitsune does a cipher. I'm proud of that one.
Uh-huh.
I would have just read it out, but I would have confused myself, so I typed it out.
Uh-huh.
I award you full points.
Thank you!
I wait for you here.
Yes.
Where is here?
That's a question, isn't it? The letter is still not magical, by the way.
Yeah.
So as you're reading and puzzling over this, the hatch opens and wind is climbing down into the forge.
It is warm in here. Oh, hello.
Hey. Bit chilly?
Warm out there, too.
It is tolerable in here. This heat I am used to.
Because you have Endure Elements on.
I mean, also because I'm more used to, like...
Fearga
forge
is running a
environment
blast furnace indoors. You have Endure Elements on.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah, listen, this feels like home. It's alright.
Fair.
Are you too busy with something?
Well, I think he's just found something important from his mentor, right?
No. From my father.
Oh, my mistake.
Take
From his
inspiration.
father.
Okay.
You are no longer at negative inspiration.
Yep, it no longer goes to the void.
Yeah.
Did you need something?
You specifically.
Alright.
Sorry about the train.
I have strange issues, and I believe that you may be able to help.
Alright. Are you alright here, Erethier, or would you like to come with?
I shall return to my study for now.
Alright.
I have created more questions than answers.
It's funny though. It's funny how that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry I couldn't be more help.
It is fine.
She's gonna take the tools that she had set down, put them back in their spot on her belt, and more or less gesture for Wynn to lead the way.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go back up.
You go back up. There is a crystal on the top of the tower, Fearga. It is a familiar crystal. Oh, so that's where it went.
I forgot that the... Wait, did the tower kind of grow up around them?
Yeah.
Or was... Okay. I wasn't sure if they saw it from outside or not.
I mean, I don't think that's... Like, it grew up around the crystal, that's for sure.
Right.
So that's where that ended up.
Yeah. So that's where that went. I assumed it, like, disintegrated when the tower got put here. Put the extra levels in.
I believe it is being used more like a catalyst, but not exactly.
Like, some sort of amplifier.
Aye.
So what seems to be the issue?
Well, the issue lies with it. More so, it is not quite what we believe it to be.
Hey, what is it then?
You may see a gem, as did I at first. It is more akin to metal, but fragile.
Like metal but fragile.
Imagine your armor but made of glass.
Now that's an interesting proposition.
While I grew nearby the makings of the weaponry and such, I do not possess much knowledge of it. That is why I need a skilled metalworker.
Well, you came to the right dwarf.
Make a Tinker's Tools check with your perception. With your wisdom, excuse me, Fearga.
wisdom's not actually that great. Let's see.
No, but that roll is.
Yes.
So, Firga, how familiar are you, not the dwarves, you, with elemental forces of chaos? You ever had a run-in with an earth elemental? More to the point, have you ever had a run-in with a Svirfneblin?
It's entirely possible she's run into Svirfneblin.
Svirfneblin have these, they're usually emeralds. They have these emerald, not all of them, but like the people you would have dealt with, foremen, have these emeralds that they use to either call or form an earth elemental. It's not clear which. They put the emerald on the ground, they speak a command word, and it turns into an earth elemental, and then dissolves, and they grab the emerald again, providing they're not dead. This might be the fire elemental version of that, but it's way bigger than anything you've seen before. Like, the ones the Svirf use are, like, palm-sized. This is like a giant's toothpick. But if what Wind is saying is true, then it might not be. It might be more akin to... With the Svirf trade... Svirf trade in gems, almost exclusively.
Right.
And they trade in gems, the likes of which don't necessarily exist on Toril. Like, they've got the standard sapphires and emeralds and rubies and citrines and peridot and blah, 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 blah. But they also have other stuff, right? And one of the things is something that they call a lodestone. L-O-A-D stone. Which it's basically, it's a spherical rock. It looks like it's made of, son of a bitch. That thing that naturally forms hexagons. Help me out.
Are you talking about, like, the thing you find on beaches and stuff?
Yeah.
We looked this up once before and I forgot. Hold on.
Basalt?
Yeah, I believe it is basalt.
It's like the texture of basalt, but it's the wrong color.
Yeah, basalt columns.
It's more akin to, like, the color of, like, standard gravel than black basalt. But it's like the same texture. It's a sphere about the size of, like, a soccer ball. But it's practically unbreakable, and it stores heat like crazy. Like, you could put it in a blast forge and it won't get hot. It'll glow, but it won't get hot.
So like a super crazy effective heat sink kind of thing.
Yes. And they sell these rarely to the dwarves, mostly to use in, like, high-end machinery. But when asked where they're from, they're said that they're the heart of an earth elemental. Whether or not that's true, you're not sure. Because when you kill an earth elemental, they don't die. They just teleport back to the plane of Earth.
Right.
So...
Unless they mean maybe... What happens if you kill an earth elemental on the plane of Earth?
That's the question, isn't it? But you don't have that information.
Valid.
But if that's the case, then maybe fire elementals have the same type of thing?
So, yeah, she's looking over this crystal heart thingus, taps it.
It's cracked, keep that in mind.
Mhm.
Kilio cracked
like-
it.
Not like a heavy hit or anything, just like tapping it.
I'm just reminding you that it's cracked.
Well, I've got a couple of theories about what this could be, though I can't say for certain either way. Have you heard of the Sverfnibelin?
Gesundheit.
Deep gnomes.
I cannot say we've had much work in the Underdark.
Right. Well, they've got these. Great big spherical stones called a lodestone. Basically, you can dump all sorts of heat into them, and it'll just store it up like a.
Like a dragon's belly.
Yeah, there's a good analogy. Like a dragon's belly.
They're also practically indestructible. Like, you can't carve them, you can't smash them.
Yeah. It's alright. Bitch trying to carve into them or anything like that. They're nigh indestructible. Now, if you ask a Sverf, they'll tell you that it's the heart of an earth elemental, though I don't know that for sure. But what do you suppose this might be the fire elemental's equivalent to that?
Well, it seemed that we dealt with a fire elemental to get to it. It would be my best guess.
Did you, though?
I mean,
You dealt with a moldable flame to get to it.
There's
no,
question about whether or not it was sentient.
Yeah.
that is fair. So then it would be, I do not believe what we fought was different than elemental. This seemed more like molded fire.
Well, would I be able to make a roll to guess one way or the other?
Of what? One way or another of what?
Whether it was a fire elemental or just enchantment.
Are you particularly knowledgeable on elementals?
Not especially,
if
but I
anything,
figured
wind should make that roll.
I'm gonna say,
Uh,
could I?
Like, yeah, if you want to make the roll, you can, but there's a shaman standing 4 feet from you. Like,
I suppose it would have been better to ask what kind of roll would it take to do blah blah blah.
it would be a religion check.
As opposed to assuming one way or another instead of trying to find out.
Correct. You would have disadvantage on the roll. Wind would not.
Would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
So before you roll, Wind,
Mhm.
remember how I said the song coming off this thing was weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, make that religion check.
Okay. We're gonna guidance.
Yeah. Okay.
Religious.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy. I know why it was weird. That there was a corrupted water elemental. That there's pie. Um,
That there was a dust method.
you're right. Yeah, no, I can't help you with that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The unfortunate bits.
So I guess fictionally, like, it was too chaotic. There was too much stuff happening. You couldn't focus. There was something weird about it, but you can't put your finger on what.
There was a chaotic battle. Its song was throwing me off. The greater Song of Fire was throwing me off. And I was
Yes.
trying not to die.
Yes. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Fear, you want to give it a go?
Sure.
You can't do worse than that.
So we got an at 1.
I mean,
Funny thing that.
what's funny, he got a nat 1. You technically still rolled lower than he did. Because his nat 1 was a 7. And you got less than that. It looked like a fire elemental to you, sort of.
Numerically, sure, but I still did better.
Yeah, you still did better, but like it's just not helpful.
We're putting our brains together and coming up with. It was probably a fire elemental. Though I don't know. Probably, maybe.
If there was fire involved, what we know for sure, there was fire involved. Just ask Lash.
There was fire. It was vaguely shaped.
Shit.
We're both too distracted smelling whatever tasty smell is coming out of the kitchen.
Nobody's in the kitchen right now.
Nobody's in there that we know of.
Yeah, valid.
Valid.
Anything
No
else
one's in the
you guys
kitchen
want to
right
do?
now.
The other thing that comes to mind is they also have these like little emerald looking things. I don't know if they make an earth elemental or if they just summon one, but it could also be in that vein. Of course, now I think about it, I'm not sure if it was a actual earth elemental or just enchanted rock like this fire might have been.
So,
Yes.
this one might be a better topic, assuming the dice are good to me.
Yep. Good.
What do I know of different methods of summoning elementals?
What do you know of different methods of summoning elementals? Fucking nothing, because you don't summon them. You ask them for help. That's kind of a difference.
Then I guess the better question would be, what do I know about summoning elementals?
So summoning in general involves conjuration, calling something from one place, putting it to another, and then almost always, for people who don't respect others as much as you do, it is followed by binding. You can have summoning without binding, but that's how you get rampaging devils. And you can have binding without summoning. See also Gauntlgrim.
Yeah.
If you're asking, like, in relation to the emerald thing, the Sphere Fuse, it might be the facsimile of an earth elemental rather than an earth elemental itself. You would have to see. There are certainly things that can mimic the primal forces of chaos. They're useful, especially if you know how to wield them, but not a lot of people do. but even but then also it's more likely that someone will know how to replicate the effects than to actually interact with the spirits themselves. You see that in like a wizard's fireball.
Yeah.
Like, they're not calling for the fireball. They're not calling for the fire elemental to make the fireball. They're just calling for the facsimile of it.
Yeah.
Right? Did that answer your question? I don't know.
Though something else came to mind. If I'm understanding it, and these prisoners' misery is what's fueling the the fire giant's god. What good would a non-sentient facsimile of fire do?
Where did you get the conclusion that their misery are feeding them? Where did you get that?
I might have misunderstood one of the... Hang on.
Saying that you might have misunderstood doesn't tell me where you got it from.
We saw an inscription somewhere, and now I'm backtracking to see if I can find it again.
You're talking about the rune that was left over when you beat Subject 24? Because I believe it said rage.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken.
That might be where I'm getting mixed up then.
I know Gamzee said something or other about, like, why would you put someone in a situation like that unless it was to feed off their negativity or something, but I never confirmed any of that.
Okay. Never mind then.
Okay.
Though that doesn't negate the point that...
It doesn't negate that point, it's just I haven't confirmed any of it.
No, it doesn't negate the point that if this is a prison, why would you put something non-sentient here when you could just put it in storage?
Yeah. I believe the only people who have said prison have been you guys.
Valid.
I would not know if what these snurfs do is the same as this. I would have to see it.
You're quiet again, Cookie.
Did any of that come through or no?
Yeah, it came through. You're just an order of magnitude quieter than everybody else.
I don't know why.
Couldn't tell you.
I couldn't either. I guess I'll just try talking a little quieter as when then. Or talking a little louder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know any Sverfneblin in the area that we can ask.
Oh, one other thing regarding this. I will not know until the tower falls, but there are one of two likelihoods with it. The first is that this is now a part of Erithir's towers.
Interesting.
The second of which is that once the tower falls, so will it.
Well, if that's the case, we should clear her out. Unless we want to try and catch it somehow. Though if this is a permanent fixture, I'm a little worried about what this crack might do.
That's the question, isn't it?
Add a character, I have the mental image of someone casting a spell in the tower, and all of a sudden, wild magic surge.
No comment.
Don't you have mending?
hang on. Let me take a look at that. The spell can physically repair a magic item or construct, but the spell can't restore magic to such an... Is all the pieces here and it's just cracked? Also, I do not have mending. I have shocking grasp and firebolt.
If it wasn't all here, how would you know that?
I mean, there might be an obvious chip missing.
There is a gouge in the side of this crystal.
Got it. But circling back, I don't have mending. I have shocking grasp and firebolt.
You know, I didn't even think to ask when I was initially looking at this crystal.
Yes?
Is there a way to mend the crack?
Generally, no. If you take too much off of a gemstone or shatter it, it tends to just not, like, be usable anymore. You have to start over. But also, magic exists, so maybe?
Is it a different enough question to ask, is there a way to reinforce it?
In what respect? Like, yeah, you could put iron struts around it. What are you asking me?
I mean, just...
Surround it with packing peanuts.
Yeah, make it...
What is your ultimate objective?
Don't shatter the crystal.
If you want to make sure the crystal doesn't shatter, then you should take it down from where it is, because there's a chance it'll fall.
You said the crystal was perched at the top of the tower, right?
Aye, held in place by, like, tines.
Okay, but it's not, like, welded into place, right? Or is it?
Well, the crystal is not welded into place?
I mean, not the crystal itself. There's no, like, structure holding it there.
The tines. Do you know what tines are?
Yes, they're long, pointy things.
Yeah. There's finger structures at the top of the tower, and they're holding the crystal in place. What is welded?
Like, they're... Come on, Brain, do the thing.
What do you got?
The question was if it's just the tines or if there's, like, a cage or something around it.
No, there's not a cage around it.
Okay.
You also don't... When you put a cage around something, you generally don't call that welded, but okay.
I mean, the tines could have been welded together.
But that's not what you said. That's what I was asking. I was asking you to clarify what did you mean was welded, and your next thought was cage. There was not a cage around it.
Okay.
Are the tines welded to the tower? I mean, they're part of the tower. I imagine the Galdor Tower is 3D printed more than welded, personally.
Makes sense.
It just seems like such an odd adjective.
My brain was reaching for attached, and it wasn't pulling that up, so it spat out welded.
Okay. It is unclear if it is being held by the tower or if it is part of the tower.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello? Hi, Sibs.
Hello?
No, it's me.
Oh!
Hi, Val.
Holy heckin'. It's a Val.
What are you doing here?
I got off of work about 20 minutes ago.
I would like to buy a Val.
There are no more vowels.
Heck.
You heard the fox. Kick him from the chat.
I mean, okay.
No.
Don't actually.
Knowing it, they might.
So, hello, Valerian.
Oh.
Do we need to catch you up?
No, I've been listening.
Okay.
I
What
might
you-
have missed like the last 2 minutes, but that's fine.
The last 2 minutes summarized. Welded?
What?
But is it
3D
welded
printed?
though?
A purified?
Is it welded? What about welded? That's the last 2 minutes. There you go.
No, it was more like welded. Oh God, that I'm not making sense. How do I make sense? English. What are you doing?
Welded? Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. So, Wind and Firga, anything you want to do with the crystal?
I mean,
I kind of want to take it down.
might be wise, eh?
Okay.
Though if we take it down now, is there any possibility it'll yeet the extra floor?
Why don't you
Floors.
make an Arcana check?
Okay.
Could I assist them with that?
Sure. I assume you want the answer to the same question, so make it with advantage, Firga. Cool.
The music is nice, by the way.
If it's a power source, yeah, I could.
The only issue is that if it's a power source rather than a conduit or a catalyst, taking it down could pretty much vanish the extra floors we got from it.
Hmm. Perhaps I give it a go when the tower will soon fall.
Hey, that's what I'm thinking.
So, what do you want to do with it then?
Leave it there?
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Kilio,
Oh.
what have you been up to?
I was mostly gonna work outside, and I was gonna be working on practicing for the piercer feat.
We haven't done camp actions yet.
Okay, actions. Then what would I be doing?
Are you in the kitchen?
Yeah, I guess I could be in the kitchen. I guess I could be working on making food.
Okay. What are you making?
There are ingredients, right?
There are ingredients.
See, I told you we were distracted by the smells coming from the kitchen.
Yeah.
What are you making?
God, I don't know if there's like Goliath. Like, I'm sure there is, but I don't know what it would be. But like,
Would you like me to help you with that?
yeah, like I'm thinking, is
So-
there anything for warm environments? Like, this isn't normally a Goliath thing.
Say again?
Like it's a warm environment. Is there?
No, Goliaths
mean,
Goliaths have kitchens.
No. I mean, like, the soup and stuff is good for cold environments, but like,
Is there Goliath gazpacho?
Why? Okay. No, most Goliath cuisine is like a lot of protein, a lot of fat, a lot of alcohol, stuff to fortify you against the cold.
yeah, the cold. I was thinking, most things I could make are just good food. It's just food at this point.
Yeah. Like, were you asking for like big benefits to the party?
Not necessarily benefits, but like just in general, like you wouldn't go for like, you can, but it wouldn't be a regular thing to go for like a hot beef stew on a summer day. So
I
to
don't.
speak.
I respectfully disagree. If you're out in the woods chopping lumber or hauling rocks or hunting animals, and you come home to a beef stew, you're gonna be happy with a beef stew.
It's fair. That's fair.
No, I very much disagree with that.
Okay, so like, what kind of like meals and stuff? Like, yes, like a good stew or a soup, but like, is there anything I don't know a lot about Goliath. What Goliath cooking would be.
So Goliaths don't farm; they forage and hunt. So very seasonal cooking, seasoned with what is available, but also natural pairings. So, like for example, if you get a rabbit, you will also get stuff that goes well with rabbit in the same area because the rabbit freaking eats it, right? Like,
Yeah.
But you wouldn't get a lot of like farmed stuff. Like for example, not a lot of bread in Goliath cooking because you have to farm wheat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now there are grains that exist naturally. Rice is a big example of that, but like you're not going to get a lot of like stuff you got to farm and cultivate. You're not going to get a lot of stuff that's hard on the land, right? And it's like foraging lends itself to pickling. Excuse me. Stews, boiling things, roasted stuff, and smoked stuff. But smoked stuff is more like the orc's bag.
Gotcha. It's something we do. It's just not our focus.
Right. So like, picture like what a mountain man would eat, and that's basically Goliath standard fare. So, like, yes, there are stews, but also like, you know, does your grandma can?
No.
Do you know
No,
what
she
you know?
doesn't.
You know what canning is?
I do know what canning is.
A lot of that. A lot of like. Honestly, Goliaths could probably get away with making cheese.
Cheese, I could see it.
Because they just like stick it in a cave and come back to it a year later. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
Yeah.
In that
It's not
version.
something super. It's not something super exciting, but it would be strong cheese, not like cheese we're familiar with.
And if we're dealing with pickling, which is like alcohol to a degree,
Yeah.
right? That means
Mhm.
and we have cheese making. That's not a far step from fruit wine.
Hmm.
So there's probably a lot of fermenting, to like preserve things, and then probably a lot of like fresh forage stuff, seasonal stuff.
I gotcha.
Would Keelio know how to make bread? In theory, yes. Would Keelio be as good at making bread as Bruce? No.
No. I've only got proficiency. I think he's got expertise. with
That's not the
tools, so-
point.
Yeah, but yeah, different cultures have different experience with different
Exactly.
things.
Keelio would probably know what to do with the organs of an animal better than Bruce.
This is true. Now here's a point I
Mhm.
have to ask.
Yeah?
What is the kitchen like stocked with? Because like this is Irithyr summoning.
Yeah, it's Irithyr summoning, so like I would say elvish food, but Irithyr has expressed an interest in like embracing other stuff, so it would probably just have like a melange.
Okay.
Like you're you're probably not going to find like a live animal. So maybe Keelio was like bypassing like a whole rack of lamb, for example, and being like, "There's no meat in here," right? Like,
Yeah. Then I'm trying to think of what I would make using the stuff. Like,
probably gravitate towards the fish because that's something she understands.
yeah, fish. What? I'm not familiar with a lot of dishes made with fish. Like, I know you can fillet them and cook them that way, but I'm not super familiar with cooking with fish.
So fish stew is as old as humans.
Noted. That's helpful.
You take a fish, you throw it in a pot with stuff, and you boil the hell out of it for 6 hours. Fish eggs have been used as a garnish or a thickener for a very long time.
I won't lie, the thought of fish eggs, yeah. The thought of it just turns me away.
Have you
like,
eaten them?
No, I haven't. It's just the thought. Like, I have no experience with it. I won't even.
Okay,
contest.
so like jokes aside, do you like gummies at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just salty gummies, dude.
Okay.
They're actually the best sushi I ever had. They took the roll and they rolled it in salmon roe, so the
Fucking
rice was
love-
like speckled with salmon roe.
I fucking love salmon roe.
Best sushi I've ever had, bar none. Like, so good. Salty, briny gummies. That's really all they are. So like, and you say like fillet, like a fish fillet is just the side of the animal. Everything from the rib cage out. That's what a fillet is.
Okay.
And yeah, you generally fillet a fish and then prepare that fillet in various ways. Like Kilio would probably be most familiar with salmon. And just like Kilio lives in like the middle of the spine of the world. Like there's not an ocean there.
No, there's not.
So like salmon will probably be what she's most familiar with, which you cut the side off of, you sprinkle some salt on it, maybe some honey, maybe some like maple syrup, like syrup of some description. And then you slap it on a wet board and you roast it over a high fire for like 20 minutes and you eat well.
Honestly, that sounds very good. And
like a green salad to go with it, dressed with some kind of acidic. I almost said some kind of acidic winter fruit, but that's not a thing. Citrus fruits need heat. But like we've established, fermenting culture. Like just put a nice vinegar on it.
yeah, I'd love to make something similar to that.
Yeah, roast fish, maybe a nice stew, or just soup made from the bones, and then like a nice green salad. Like that'd feed you guys well. And Irithyr probably wouldn't turn his nose up at it because it's pretty close to elvish fare. Virga might. Virga would like the vinegar though.
That's true.
Something else that might be up the purview of fish with Kilio and Goliath at large are knucklehead trout.
With Goliath, yes, but Kilio lives far from the Dale. Kilio lives in like the middle of the spine of the world. She lives over by Mithril Hall.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Knucklehead trout are exclusively in the Dale.
Yeah, Clan Roche lives closer to God, there's Purple Worm territory. Lives over that way.
It's not Purple Worm territory. It's the.
We're directly south of Purple Worm.
It's Great Worm. It's Great Worm Cavern,
Great Worm,
which is the not the Uthgard, the other ones. Oh no, it is the Uthgard. It's the Uthgard and the Redhead. It's the Uthgard tribe, the Great Worm.
Mm-hmm. We're directly south of them, and they're all the way over there.
Yes.
But any check to make that?
Yeah. Do you have like cook's tools or cooking?
Yeah, I have a cooking supplies proficiency.
Yeah, make that with.
I'm not following a recipe.
No, but at the same time, like I would almost say your dex, because you're cooking a lot for a bunch of people. Wisdom or dex, whichever you feel is better.
I feel like my wisdom's better.
Okay.
Do I get a bonus for the kitchen?
+3. You're not doing anything particularly like time sensitive. You're not making like a souffle, so I think wisdom is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh. Well, that's better than nothing.
I mean, it's well above average, my friend. It's pushing into like good territory.
My sheet was covering my the actual roll results. That's not bad.
No, it's not at all. So yeah, you're like cooking. Do you like ring a bell when the food is ready? Like, how do you let people know? And is there anything you want to do first? Because the soup's gonna take a while.
Anything I want to do before the soup? could I spend a little bit of time like there's a lot of stuff in here I don't really have access to because it's in other cultures.
You
There's
said
like
backstage you wanted to talk to Irithyr, but yeah, sure, we could do stuff in the kitchen.
Okay, right, I did want to mention the Black Knife thing. My first thought went to a conversation we had a little bit ago outside of game entirely about the only way to learn how to use like spices and seasonings and stuff like that was to try them.
Yeah. You want to
I
just
have-
like go around the kitchen popping random shit in your mouth?
Like yeah, like
Cool.
learn...
Make a Constitution saving throw.
The question is, does she find something spicy or something poisonous?
Yeah, like if it's something poisonous, I have advantage on the save.
Well,
Yeah,
well, that's technically the latter.
you have advantage on the save.
Okay, cool.
You fucking just drink vanilla extract and you die.
Yeah, so you're just like rummaging through the kitchen, like rummaging through like the spice rack, be like, I'm gonna put this in the soup, and I'm gonna put this in the soup, and then you bite into something.
What's
Yeah.
this do?
You bite into like a leaf, and we see like the cartoon like Helio's pupils shrink, and there's that like there's that line that goes to the back of her head, and then we cut to Helio repeatedly dunking her head in a bucket of water and gargling.
What was that?
What was it? I don't know Helio's taste, but for me that would have been marjoram.
What the f is marjoram?
Nasty is the short answer.
It doesn't matter what it is. I've just learned that that is not good by itself. Whatever that was.
I was expecting you to say bay leaf or some shit.
Bay leaf doesn't taste like anything.
I was expecting horseradish.
Hang on. If bay leaf doesn't taste like anything, why do people put it in things?
Tradition.
I
Next
mean,
question.
that's fair. I think after I've had that, I think I've turned away from trying random shit, and now I'm gonna get out here there.
Kirithyr climbs the tower with a Pepsi in her hand. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm assuming like Irithy's gone back to his studies or something.
Yeah, Irithyr is back in his study.
Hey, Irithyr.
Probably completely absorbed in the letter. Looks up. Yes, Wolfwalker.
Looks around like the library. Most books I've seen in one place.
Mm-hmm.
You know things.
It's a great way to start it.
That's a great way to start that.
Yes, you've come for more of my infinite wisdom that you tend to turn your nose up to.
Wisdom and knowledge are two different things. I need knowledge, not wisdom.
Fair enough.
Well, we need knowledge.
What do you need?
I've learned of something. Something that might help us with Arl.
Yes?
It was described as a black knife used to harm gods, I believe.
Right, you brought this up before, didn't you?
Yes, and it wasn't important at the time, but since we have respite, I have soup that's waiting, I'd like to see if I can... No. I'm trying to get my wording right, because I want to be better about this.
Mm-hmm. Can I just say?
Mm-hmm.
Cheese soup as a first course with a nice salad and vinaigrette, followed by some like rice and roasted salmon fillet, sounds really good.
It really fucking does. And I want rice, goddamn you.
See, what that
Hungry
sounds like
halfling
right
noises.
there.
My word.
That sounds like right there it belongs in Caprizi's.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't important at the time, but now we have time of leisure.
For lack of a better word.
Huh.
Told it had something to do with elves, not like you. In the creeping dark.
With the drow.
Hmm. Yes. If that's what they're called. What do you know?
If I will say the drow keep many secrets. I know a decent amount, but depending on what you wish to know, what you wish to find out about them, my knowledge might be limited.
So what do you want to know, Kilio?
I don't want to know what makes them special. Like, I know their property, but what about them gives them that? And I'm trying to figure out how to word it.
Like, what makes them different from Irithyr?
No, like the... I mean, I was primarily referring to the knife, not the drow.
Oh!
What makes it so different from a dagger?
I don't think... Okay, Irithyr, can you make a, Make a history check with disadvantage, because, like,
Killia wouldn't know,
the history
like,
of the drow is secret.
Killia wouldn't know that Irithyr wouldn't have that information.
I believe I made a check like this last session.
I don't remember. I don't know if I was here.
I don't remember either, so please go ahead and make it.
Okay.
I don't think I was here when it was asked. I don't think.
Okay. So, you passed my DC. You have heard of this black blade.
Uh-huh.
Killia's question exactly was what makes it different than a knife.
It's... Words of power are something that many cultures are familiar with, but to the elves, it is slightly more than that. It is said that, you know, words spoken by the divine were given form and grew into, you know, the Crystal City.
Uh-huh.
It is said that errant words by the divine, can take many forms, and then the ages can erode those forms into runes, essentially. Elder runes. I remember we did have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
And these so-called black blades came from an elder rune fashioned to a blade. Like, someone somewhere took this Elder Rune and carved a blade or blades out of it, set it in a handle, and then used that as a weapon or a tool. Supposedly, this Elder Rune weapon, the aura that it gives off is what grants the sticky shadow property to the drow.
Uh-huh.
As for the blade itself, there's no concrete record. But it is true that drow equipment functions differently in the Underdark and kind of denatures under the sun or the moon.
Uh-huh. I've heard of such a weapon in passing, at least. Its exact nature eludes me, but I believe it to be the word of another god, likely one the drow worship, given form.
It's really gods all the way down.
Fun.
Well,
I was told it might be able to hurt Aurel.
if you wish to kill one god, suffice to say you'd need the power of one.
Gods aren't that impressive, it seems. Yeah, they can do things, but
Orel being on the lesser side. You look at or rather not speak his name, the god that binds Lash's people. An entire race under his command.
it can't be that great if they're able to break free. Yeah, it takes work. but-
After thousands of years of imprisonment.
Mm.
I'm curious as to what caused the change.
Something to look into. Speaking of imprisonment,
Go on.
That's a sentence. Speaking of imprisonment, wow, okay. On the topic of war crimes, go on, Kilio.
On the topic of dickhead gods,
Yeah, right.
there's gotta be some way to get out of this icy cage if we needed to. We're gonna need a way if we're gonna do the trade for the Black Blade.
With perhaps
What was it that
Another-
we? Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Like, Kayla goes, what even was that we used to get in here?
If I had to hazard a guess, a fragment of Oral's power, much like this supposed Black Blade.
So we use something that has Aurel's power to get out.
It's a task easier said than done with us within her domain. We've already seen that her barrier extends even to the Underdark, so I doubt we'll be able to get out that way. So perhaps another way will present itself.
I mean,
There are many planes. It is possible that Oral's barrier does not reach all of them.
I mean, a key should work on the same door both ways, no?
Depends on where the lock is installed.
We won't know unless we find out.
Very true. By the way, Kilio. Earthier has a single piece of paper on his desk that he keeps looking back at. Like, not books. He's not reading a book. There's just one sheet of paper with a little bit of writing on it that he keeps glancing at while you're talking.
All of these books and you only need one page?
I discovered something in the past few hours. A mystery solved that eluded me perhaps for centuries, only to open up a new one.
Answers sometimes do bring more questions. What questions are you working with? I may not be able to help, but...
Earthier looks, I think the word is pensive. Lost in thought.
Yep.
Gillian waits silently for an answer. Does an idle animation.
Kilio flosses in the background.
No!
Justice.
That is so cursed.
Kilio
I need a
chasing
gif of
flaming
this now.
butterfly.
No, we don't need a gif of this.
Yes, we do.
If anyone in the audience can fucking animate, please.
No!
Please, yes.
All right.
Hey,
time to
Parrish,
commission,
if you're watching this.
It's time to commission a Fortnite mod for Achilleo King.
No!
Oh god. Kilio would be the most Kilio would be the most powerful character in all of Fortnite because she has a smaller hitbox than everyone else.
This is what you get for being late to D&D, Val. You get to be Isaac's fork knife.
You know what? I would take great pride in stomping on the kids that play Fortnite. You know what?
Anyways, I'm trying to formulate exactly what Earthier says.
Mm-hmm.
I think, first off, he'd ask, are you able to read Elvish, Wolfwalker?
Well, let me see if I am.
You're a messenger, so there's an argument to be made.
I do not, and I don't have a token for it.
Well, rip.
Unfortunately not. I do remember you starting to teach me, and then we got busy. Yeah, I have 2 points on the clock for Elvish.
Mm.
Can you translate it?
I can. Did I ever mention the letter left by my predecessor to
Not-
you?
No, not to me.
It was a letter left by my mentor and adoptive father, I guess you shall say.
I guess me and you do share more similarities than we thought.
The truth of the letter was reversed when I got it. Hidden by a puzzle block.
Looks at the piece of paper, just squints.
Mm-hmm.
What it says now is much of the same, and yet there are new questions raised because of it.
So what did it say before, and what does it say now?
Before, was a letter of platitudes addressed to his
Letter
pupil.
what?
Platitudes.
I don't think Keelio knows that word.
That was the point.
The question is, does Val know that word?
A letter of empty statements
You said it was written by an elf.
with no meaning.
Oh, I almost said that. I stopped myself and then you said it.
Addressed to his pupil. When I realized the true intent of this letter was hidden behind a lock, much like the ones used for my archive or Owl's Pinion.
Again, squints at the paper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I solved the lock. And now the letter is addressed to his son. I think this whole time he's just been writing a transcript of the letter in common.
Yeah.
Just passes the transcript to Kilio.
Yeah, both the old version and the new version.
Yeah, I assume so.
Yeah.
And by the way, just I'm sorry, I know I said it already, but like, I'm really proud of this. I think this was a
Good.
good puzzle.
I do like that puzzle. I do like that a lot.
It's not done, but
but like still, it's a good puzzle.
just like switching the orientation of the statements changes the meaning of the letter. Is that clear enough, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first letter states, "To my pupil, by the time you receive this letter, I wager you will be High Diviner. You will be privy to many secrets, both of our people and of that which is not yet written. I must go away for a while, and you may find that you must as well. As you may find that you must as well. A time will come when you must choose between everything you believe to be correct and what the stars have to say. It will be your portent to decide which is more important. I know that you will make the right decision." The new letter says, "To my son, I know you are High Diviner by the time you receive this letter. There are things not yet written, many secrets you are yet privy to. As you have gone away, so too have I. I wait for you here. Your mind and heart lead you to the right decisions. What is important then? The portents that the stars say, or what you believe to be correct? You must choose." I couldn't make it exactly 1-to-1. I'm not that good, but I'd say that's at least 70% mirrored.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Uh-huh.
Good mirroring.
Say how much you believe to be correct.
It might be exactly mirrored in Elvish.
Yeah, right? I even changed the, like, the tense, the time particle, right? Like, the first one is future tense and the second one is present tense.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm patting myself for that one. Maybe I shouldn't. Anyway.
Should.
No, it's good.
So, what do you think, Kilio?
I'm looking at it, and the first thing I see is, like you said, it changes the tense. It goes from
Future tense to past and present tense.
It also changes from being unsure to certainty.
Exactly.
Like the first one goes, "I wager you will be high divine," and this one goes, "I know you are."
Exactly.
What has changed between when you've received the letter and now?
What has changed? Well, I was sworn in as High Diviner. I went away to join all of you. I made a choice.
Hey, Erythr, make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I'm helping.
Okay.
Not great.
Kilio is full of shit. Like, this letter was given in its form at a specific time. It wasn't rewritten when you... Like, it wasn't smartly rewritten. Like, that was just, you remove the lock or the first part of the lock. And even as that thought is entering your head, you're like, but wait. If I had translated this, if I had removed the glamour and Renlo Zigatil, then the letter wouldn't be correct. Tavaster knew that I would be out in the field when I translated this. I couldn't see the glamour in Renlo Zigatil.
I only noticed the glamour the puzzle applied as I was out here in the field.
Where does...
Tavaster, you son of a bitch! I don't even remember what that's from. Go ahead, Kilio.
You said he was diviner before you. Where does he foresee you arriving for him to wait for?
Here, but where is here? Nah.
This is
Go ahead.
Speculation. Is there somewhere he talked fondly of? Somewhere he mentioned?
If that were the case,
Is
it would say there.
Doesn't. No, the context is important. It doesn't say there, which would be a place discussed. It says here, where I am.
Make a wisdom saving throw. How could he know that you're reading it in the right spot? How could he know, excuse me, that the glamour would fade or that you would notice it at a specific point? Sure, he could engineer it so that you wouldn't notice it in Renlo's Icitive, but that is very different from being like, you'll only notice it in the second prison of the sword portal beneath the... Like, that's a stretch even for the High Diviner, even for Tavaster.
Uh-huh.
But then what is here?
Here is...
My first thought goes to here could be where he's writing it.
That was
But
my thought too. Though the question is where he wrote it.
Or is it wherever I am at the time? Which would mean he'd have to be here.
Oh, something just kicked on real loud behind you, V.
Yeah, I think that was the bathroom shower.
Ah, no worries.
Sorry about that.
Continue.
Uh-huh. Which means I hesitate to say it, but it would mean he'd have to be with me.
clearly, like, kind of tilts her head. Sorry. Fuck. I mean, kinda, but I didn't see anyone slip into the tower. The kitchen's towards the bottom of the floor.
I feel like I'm making leaps in logic. Yeah, I also feel like I'm onto something.
What do you think you're onto? Voice the leaps in logic.
Is here. If it says here, does it mean he's with me when I read the letter, which could be anywhere? But it's something I would not part with the archive. It's...
But
But I feel like
Tavaster
that's wrong.
had the archive. Tavaster used the archive. Tavaster gave you the archive.
Yeah. So where is here?
What a real dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like an out-of-character question. Why haven't you tried casting Sending to him?
That is a good question.
Like, it might be part of the puzzle thing. Like, you kind of just don't do it. Like, you... In Irithyr mindset, you have to find him without, like, cheating.
Yeah, actually, like, hold on, Irithyr. It's not you should cast Sending on him. The question is, why haven't you thought to do that?
That's... Uh-huh.
And ruin a perfectly good puzzle?
It might be part of the puzzle. Because Kit makes a good point. Like I was listening earlier. Earther doesn't believe in coincidences. Did I suggest that in character?
I don't think you're familiar enough with the sending spell to do it, to suggest it.
I mean, I've been communicated with at long range.
Yeah,
I could
but
say
not with sending.
I could say
Yeah.
there's ways. I have a sending earring.
And Aerothere did cast Sending on Kilio last session.
Okay.
I wasn't there for that, though.
If you wanna suggest it, Kilio, that's fine.
It surely can't be that simple. Probably thinking of it himself.
Sorry, I was waiting for Kilio to ask that, and
Sorry.
if she does, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
So what I was going to say, like, surely he's not dead. Could you reach out to him the same way you've done with me?
Yeah, make a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
You hear, look, Kilio, you see and hear Irithyr say. Irithyr, you hear yourself say, "No, that wouldn't work."
Oh.
That's mildly disconcerting.
Dad was trying to gaslight you, I think.
Nothing seems off to Kilio.
None, nothing at all.
Nothing. Okay.
Aerothere probably moves his mouth a bit after saying that.
Yeah, right.
Like,
You're
Wait.
sure.
I mean, I failed to save. I probably can't say anything to the contrary, can I?
That's up to you.
Hey,
You can certainly
Why-
try.
why wouldn't it work?
Huh? What?
Would you believe me if I said that wasn't my own will?
I had crazier things said in my presence.
Something. Baldur is immune to all forms of damage, both physical and magical.
What?
If you know, you know.
And I do not know. What the fuck?
I quoted.
do I.
I quoted Mimir from the second most recent God of War.
Gotcha.
Oh no.
There's a reason that Mimir says that the way that I said it.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do, Irithyr?
Beyond punch your dad.
I want to try to force myself to cast Sending, targeting Tavaster Galastacia.
Make a charisma saving throw. Nope.
Look like.
Like, to Kilio, it's nothing. To Irithyr, it's like, get up, start to cast the spell. You can't. It's like, this is such a bad. I'm sorry for what I'm about to say. It's like trying to grab an eel in a small tank with your bare hands.
Oh dear.
Uh-huh.
It just
Very difficult.
worms away from you.
I take it you were right. It didn't work.
I can't.
Okay, I'm sorry. This isn't my puzzle.
Go on.
I
You're standing
see
here.
a piece. I out of character. I see a piece. Kilio does not have that information.
What piece do you see? Because Vader might need help.
There was a singular spell that you'd gotten that came with a note.
I was thinking about that actually. I don't have it prepared though, is the thing. I don't have remove curse prepared.
Boy, that's a shame.
I believe I will need to rest on this.
If you're sure. I'm gonna... Like, which floor is your study on?
Probably the right middle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go make sure the soup is done, and then I'll come up and get all of you.
Bye.
Right. Anybody
Alright.
want the floor?
I mean, you said you.
I think Arathir just sits down on it back into like the lounge chair
Mhm.
and just places his hand upon his head.
Yeah, right. What were you gonna say, Sibs?
I was going to say. I mean, you said you'd circle back to me because you said something was
Yes.
interesting.
Yes, indeedy do. Sure. So, boy, Lash, you said that you are going to meditate.
Said the M word.
Yeah.
Anyways.
You said the key word.
Oh boy.
So, like, you're, like, floating in this tank with this, like, thing in your mouth allowing you to breathe. Your whole body is tingling in a weird way.
Kind of like
And-
pins and needles.
No, like, scar tissue is regrowing.
As someone who's been in an altered state of perception where I could feel that,
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I hate it.
Can you make a save for me, please?
Which
Why is-
save?
You're all about resolve. Go ahead and make a charisma save.
Why
Okay.
is there parallels between this and a recent Tales episode?
Right?
In a
Is-
pool, just making saves, like,
I'm double checking because it's been a hot minute. Oh wait, nope, the war banner isn't on my person. I cannot use that. Never mind.
Correct. Who was in a pool making Oh, yeah. No.
Charisma.
Okay. Okay. So, you're vaguely aware that Dawn is, like, casting spells on you, but you're tired. The adrenaline of the battle is wearing off. You feel your head lolling a bit, even though you haven't been awake all of that long.
Yeah.
You're tired. And
It's the you've worked out hard first thing in the morning. feeling.
yeah. And you feel like your head lolling forward, but you never quite hit the edge of the tank with your forehead. And you hear Dawn, like, calling to you. At first it's like, you must try to stay awake. And then it's like a little bit later it's just, now is not the time to sleep. Stay with me, speak to me. Let us have a conversation. And then a little bit beyond that, it just devolves into War Chief. And then in an instant, you're sitting in a cave, just like wrapped in furs, sitting in like a pile of furs, with a cook fire in front of you, and across from that cook fire is a familiar looking, slightly orange skinned orc, and he's just going, "War Chief?"
Kang.
Like, he's currently holding out like a bowl to you.
She'll accept it.
I'm sorry, why did for a moment I thought you were gonna say somebody else was there?
Who?
In relation to the tales.
I need you to...
The lad, my lad,
Wait, your lad?
Siegwolf.
Why would Sigwolf be here?
I don't know, my brain went to what happened with Brayden.
Oh, no, that's good though.
Yeah.
So, Kang just goes, "You were saying?"
Saying from last time I was here, or saying from... Have I been here a while then?
Yeah. You can hear the battle raging outside. The sound of like steel on steel. The sound of like orcs' war cries and also screaming.
Yeah, of course. Standard for when I've been here.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you. I only really just now started to recall being here. Before that, it was Dawn trying to keep me conscious.
You were saying that you thought there was more to it.
What would it... Okay, this is Sibs not being able to pick up on the context. It might also be Lash, but this is mostly Sibs.
Mm-hmm.
What would Sibs have to roll to see if I could catch on to what they were talking about before Lash became proper conscious?
Insight?
Alright.
I mean, there's only one thing on the forefront of Lash's mind that there should be more to.
Being unbroken?
Yeah.
And I think, like, I don't know if Lash would have done this from herself or if she picked it up from someone else. I think she snaps her fingers. Right. I do believe there's more. That there has to be more.
When you have time to yourself, Lash, is this what you think about?
Probably, yeah.
Like, as you're going to sleep, or when there's a quiet moment, as you're just marching along, are you thinking of, like, this can't be all there is?
It can't forever just be holding my own, holding our own against the forces of Grumps. There
Right.
has to be something more we can do. There has to be something more to us.
And maybe, like, you realize that you're saying that, right?
Yeah.
And the orc across the fire is nodding along. It was a lot to get this far. I'm doing what I can, but...
What is there I can do?
That's the question, isn't it? But an age ago, if I could have asked that, we wouldn't be here.
Nods.
We don't question what we can do. We just do it. It's the nature of resolve.
Nods.
He, like, sticks his bowl, like, between his tusks and, like, tips it up so he can take a drink from it. Because Kang's got big tusks.
Yeah, I think you've described Kang to me before.
Yes, I've sent you inspiration pictures too.
Yeah, I remember those.
He's not ogre-blooded, but he's a big orc, and he's got big, almost wood grain looking tusks. They're so big.
Like you can see, like if you look very close at human teeth, you can see the fine grain of teeth.
Yeah.
To Kang, you don't even have to look that close.
No.
You can just look at Kang and you can see the texture of his teeth.
Yeah. But you were telling me you had a plan.
Sibs is trying to remember the name of the Goliath who became Deep Shade.
Fife.
Fife. Lash nods. Fife says that Toe and that others were looking for the treasures you gave the orcs.
I gave them symbols.
And they became more.
Gotta like me.
Lash nods.
There's nothing to them. No inherent magic. Maybe
Just purely what we've put to them.
few small enchantments, but they're not divine. I'm not divine. I just believe there's something more. And I believe you are something more.
He quirks an eyebrow at that.
I don't know. The way I see it, Divine put us here. What can we do against that?
We move forward. We
Sure.
pull away, and we move forward.
And I'll keep pulling them out. But practically, what else do? We move forward, yeah. We fight the one-eyed bastard, yeah, but really, what do we do? What? I pull them out, hoping that they'll find an answer. And you're the first one back. It means I have to believe that means you're special.
Sibs is trying to figure out where to go from here.
Mm-hmm.
Hell's bells. I've been thinking about what I would do for all this, and the second that I remembered to bring it up, it just kind of dropped. Fuck.
Mood.
I'm trying to think.
Okay.
Lash does not have a word for her die another day.
No.
I'm trying to think if there would be a reason for that to be brought up.
I mean,
beyond the
sure. You and Kang and every fucking orc knows about the shell of protection that is Grumsh's, influence.
the blood curse Grumsh put into each of us when he made us.
Well, yes, but the effects of it.
Yeah.
Orcs stand back up after what should kill them.
Yeah. Lash does it twice.
Exactly. You get that from another source. And it's not even in question, like, does she have this? She's demonstrated it. Like, she's demonstrated it more than once. She can do it twice. And it feels different.
As far as others are aware, something else brings Lash back from the brink.
But Kang doesn't necessarily know that yet.
So I think Lash drinks whatever Kang gave her.
It's a bowl of stew.
Yeah, I figured as much. And I think she says, when things that are supposed to kill us don't, that's old One Eye.
Kang, like, snorts but nods.
I can do that twice, but when it happens and it's not him, she kind of gestures vaguely towards the noise outside.
Right.
Something like shatters to pieces.
Right. Maybe like you gesture and the noise is subtly louder.
It feels different when it happens again.
You can do it yourself?
I think so.
Kang looks at the stew pot on the fire for a minute. This is good. This is very good. That protection has kept us under his thumb for so long. You're sure?
I'm certain. When I go down and I feel blood pull me back, that is not what this is. What this is it's fire. It's a refusal to go down while there's work to be done. It's me. I know it's me.
It's you. It's not a magic sword. It's you.
The magic armor I wore that could have even possibly been capable of it was destroyed in the incident that first made this apparent to me. Now that I think about it.
Like, he sets his bowl down, his hands are shaking. He says, we can use that. We can... How do we... Like, slowly looks up at you. What if you took his place?
I've been thinking about that. Wait. She registers exactly what he said. Me?
Yeah. You could... I pull them out, you keep them safe.
Pull them out, keep them safe, make better.
Give them the power that they're looking for, so they can let go of the other one.
Don't draw back from blood, draw back because of yourself.
This is good. This is very, very good. You need to find a way. Find a way to be what he is.
We've been looking for ways to kill God. The coming one might be a different story.
I know you can do it. I know you can do it, and I know you can hear me. And then you wake up and you're in the tank and dancing, I know you can hear me, War Chief.
She opens her eyes. Instead of just black pupils and red and like the yellowish eyes she usually has, it's that pale red fire that manifests as Lash's smite.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It fades out, and it's just... She starts to smile through the mask. I don't know how that looks, or if she can.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's the last shot of our episode.
What an ending.
Yes.
Oh boy!
Nicely done.
Thank you!
Yes.
I've enjoyed this episode.
Yes.
Lash is on the kill God war path.
We all are. That's the theme of Voices of the Mountain. It seems like we're just God after God after God.
We're just dudes who decided, hey, see that points to divinity? Fuck it.
like there's Oral, there's Malar, there's Grumsh, there's
the Firefuck.
Suitor.
Fuck.
Oh my god. And then there's stuff with Bahamut in the Elven place.
Bahamut and Tiamat. Well,
Bahamut
not
and Tiamat
yet.
Moradin's bullshit. Whatever Moradin was doing. Moradin was doing a lot. Like God after God after God. Either their creations or them are going down.
So what we've established here today is that Voices of the Mountain is Dark Souls.
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently.
I'm down for it. Let's do some shout-outs. Start us off, Lash.
All right. Hi, I'm Sibs143, aka The Drifter, aka The Technicolor Disaster. I am a stagehand and a keeper for Kit's Discord and Patreon. I will also probably be the artist for predominantly most of the YouTube. But other than that, I'm a friend, and I'm usually just around. Feel free to message me. I might be a little hard to get a hold of because school is coming to an end, and I basically have to absolutely rush my last 3 weeks of school.
You can do it, I believe.
As do I. I'm doing a lot better this time than I did previously when I took the current situation. So, hey, I'm doing good.
Cheers. Erathir.
Hello, everyone. I am the Dream Invader. I'm a moderator on Kit's Discord and a streamer on Twitch. You can find me on Kit's Discord on Twitch at twitch.tv/DreamInvader or on Twitter at VaderSidious. Be sure to tune in Sundays for my own D&D game where we're playing Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus.
And it is a lot of fun. I'm in that game and I'm causing a lot of problems. Valerian, aka Kilio.
Hello, I am the Valerian the Kitsune. I do admin stuff and things around here. I played Kilio Wolfwalker tonight, and if you enjoyed what I did here, make sure you catch the other shows I'm in, such as Tales of the Nightlights that is recorded on Sunday evenings, and Hell to Pay, which is Kit's Descent into Avernus game that's recorded on Mondays and put onto the Patreon at the moment.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Guiding Wind.
Hey, what up? I'm Cookie, also known as the Extinct Bacon on just about every other platform. I love a lot of things D&D and tabletop, and if you do too, my DMs are always open. Otherwise, you'll find me lurking in the shrine.
And lastly, Firga.
Hey, I'm Gracie, aka Birchmila. I do art and things for Kit's channel, and I also love tabletop, so if you like either of those things, give me a poke.
And for my part, as ever, I am the Sharp-Eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the masked bard. This is a community that is ever devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's your fancy, you're in most excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. This has been Dice-Icive Action. I almost said Tales of the Nightlights. That's not right. Voices of the Mountain, our weekly D&D 5-Point Fox module mutation, combining Icewind Dale, Ram of the Frost Maiden, and Storm King's Thunder with my own spin on both. I hope you all are enjoying it as much as I'm enjoying bringing it to you. But for now, as ever, it's quite late, And it's time to close the book on today and leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to each and every one of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers. Whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time as we heed the voices of the mountain with a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you again very soon.